baller, baller, baller. Come on. Come on.
Are you summoning some ballers?
I'm trying. Or waking people up, one of the two. What time is it for you, Gio? I'm sorry if I'm waking you up.
It's about 1:30 in the morning right now.
Yeah. You don't just have this server going on loudspeaker, do you?
I did. Well, I have the speakers on. Yeah.
Oh dear.
I was actually listening to music and I heard you starting to summon ballers.
Nice. No one's responding. I'm keen to talk about the concept of time yet again.
Well, B-Ball's posting the same sunsets that he posts every day. He's posted them in the chat.
Yeah, they tend to happen every day. I wonder if that's because of time. Callers? I was saying before, Gio, how do you stop time? Like, would we just be stopping the clocks? And if we were to stop time, does that mean things stop happening?
Well, I've definitely experienced non-time, and there's a lot happening. So I wouldn't say nothing happens, but perhaps nothing in the physical world would be progressing.
Interesting. What non-time have you experienced where nothing happened? Or where a lot happened, sorry.
Generally in mystical states of consciousness, where I've experienced timelessness in that state, those states.
Ah, nice. Masculine, eh?
Check out my uncle's new song. It's just one of the singles off his new album that's coming out next year.
Sorry, say that again. You broke up a bit.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just posted my uncle's new song off his new album that's coming out next year. From
Your
his
uncle? What's his band?
Split Ends. You can see, I don't
Awesome.
know why, but they sung it in French. Yeah, that's pretty catchy. It's pretty cool. Pretty not really an inventive type of a video clip though. Just Tim Finn talking to a dog. You can play it in the background if you want.
New album.
He's been working on it for a while, all through COVID.
I think we might have talked about this before. I thought they were dead.
Yeah, he's getting pretty old, man. He's got his fucking geriatric card and he can catch the bus for free.
Awesome. That's full rock and roll lifestyle. Your pension card. Love it.
He's got it. He's got it made. He's living on the beach in Auckland, and he can catch the ferry for free. Go to the islands and stuff, just the local islands, you know, like half an hour boat ride. And he's loving it. He doesn't need a free ticket though, but he's a stingy bastard, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, good on him.
But I think Tim Finn was saying the reason why he sung it in French is just purely because they travelled in France and it rubbed off on them. Yeah. Take a listen. If you want.
Good old mushroom music.
Mushroom music. Yeah, that's pretty cool, eh? I used to play that in my cafe way back on YouTube. Just play it non-stop.
Why
You
are
talk
you
about
now
zombies?
Basil, Carlos?
Because I like basil.
Because I like the best.
I like the basil on my pizza. Fresh basil, man. Mm-mm.
Pretty good.
Mm. Oh, when I had my Thai restaurant, it was always really sought after. It was hard to get a lot of the time. So whenever I basil, it was like, don't share this with anyone, man. It was like gold. Because that's, yeah.
Surprised you weren't growing it, mate. It's pretty easy to grow.
Yeah, it is. It is actually, yeah, but we used so much of it and I didn't have a lot of space, so you can just get the
Oh, you
ones
use
that
that
are
much. Fair enough.
those living herbs. You can just get them that are growing already, like in little pots in the supermarket, and you just pluck all the leaves off them, and then get the whole thing. Take the plastic, the little pottle off, and you just put it straight in the ground and cover it in water, and in about a week and a half or 2 weeks, it'll be like massive again. Yeah. Don't need to buy it. Don't need to plant them. That's all we did. So we had a pretty endless supply. Same with our lime tree for the lime leaves.
Mm.
We had one tree that would service our 3 restaurants, and it was always covered in new leaves. You just keep plucking them, and they keep growing back.
Do you guys use much moringa over there?
What's that? I actually don't know what that is. What's moringa?
Moringa oleifera. It's another. I think another name for a popular name is drumstick. The drumstick tree, drumstick plant.
Never heard of it. What culture uses that?
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not sure what culture, to be honest. Um, it's just
Moringa.
a very nutritious leaf. It grows very well in the tropical areas, like Queensland's fucking full of it.
Mm,
They use it a lot in dishes where you just want to mix in some leaves sort of towards the end of the cooking process.
yeah,
But like super fucking nutritious, man. Like you should just Google moringa leaves and look at the nutrition. It's unbelievable.
true. Yeah, I'll check it out. What does it taste like? Is it sort of citrusy or eucalyptic? Sort of, what's it got in it?
I've honestly never had it fresh, so I couldn't tell you what it's like fresh, mate. Um,
Mm,
which would probably be very different to what it tastes like as a dry powder added to things. So, as a fresh herb in things, I couldn't tell you.
mm.
I just thought where you
It's-
are, you might have known about it, and you're in the culinary area.
I used a lot of Asian stuff like edamame. Like
Okay.
they're like these little pods that they're called edamame. That's really good. Like if you're stewing lamb, chucking some edamame. I don't know what the Latin term is, but that really gives it a nice flavor and takes away the gamey taste.
Oh yeah, there you go. Geo's posted something about moringa there, and it's got a horseradishy taste.
Horseradish.
that obviously does certain things. Yeah,
Oh, I love horseradish. Yeah.
clears you out pretty quick. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I prefer that. Like I can compare that to wasabi. I like that way better, especially with Greek food.
Okay.
Greek. Oh, I don't know about in Australia. There's plenty of Greek restaurants there. Right? You have all the souvlaki's and Greek restaurants. We don't have
There definitely would
souvlaki's
be
here
in
anymore.
certain areas.
We've
Not
got
where I
only
am though.
Turkish kebabs here now. We used to have a few Greek souvlaki shops. It's way better because they cook the chicken kebabs on the stick, and then slide them off and layer them into this cone-shaped sort of a pita bread, Greek bread with shitloads of tzatziki sauce, fresh lettuce, cucumber, tomato, and chicken kebabs. Yeah, they don't do it anymore
Mm.
because they're kind of a lot of people. I don't know. They're way superior to the Turkish ones, in my opinion. The Turkish pita breads are really dense and tough, whereas the Greek ones are nice and fluffy and hot, and they retain their heat. Yeah, can't beat the good old Greek food. Whereabouts are you? I suppose you don't have many ethnic restaurants where you are.
No, not at all. Got the typical Indian, a few Indian variants and a couple of little fried noodle shops. But other than that, where I am, it's very country Australia.
Oh, okay. Steak, eggs, and chips.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
There's a few pubs which do some really nice food. They've tried to hire in good chefs and up the game a little bit because the area I'm in has sort of grown in the last 20 years with regards to private schools and a bit more wealth. So they expect a bit more high end food. So there's a few places trying to provide it.
I got offered a really good job up in the heat at the top of up there in Australia, but I just couldn't go because I got to look after the family here.
Yeah, sure.
With
Yeah.
enough to buy a small house probably, but nah, had to turn it down. It was a shame. Would have been, I don't know, it probably would have been a good experience. A lot of those chefs that look after the miners, they get paid really well, eh?
Yeah, if you've got the contract, like if you sign a contract and do it yourself, like catering, you can make big
Mm,
bucks. But if you're just a
mm.
fucking runner for the person who's got the contract, you obviously would just get a wage, pretty much. A good one, but you know, nothing special.
It's really just getting the supplies there as well, because if you want to give good food, you can't just use potatoes all the time.
No.
Yeah. And I don't know about the supply chain up there, what they're going to offer. I mean, I wouldn't disappoint anyone with 100 different varieties of potatoes.
Yeah, it's funny. I know some people in different mines, and I know if it's a gold mine, everyone gets looked after like you wouldn't fucking believe. And if it's pretty much any other mine, it really depends on the company. So it's pretty interesting. Obviously, a lot of money
Yeah.
in the gold mining.
So they've been attacking the Tartaria conspiracies lately. I just saw a video of something like busting the myth of Tartaria. Some guys telling the true history of why it was called Tartaria. It just,
Oh yeah, does
I
it all
don't know.
make sense?
Nah, nothing, nothing makes sense. None of the Chinese history makes sense either. I mean, because that's what the focus is. Asia, China. China used to be called, like, the currency in China is the yuan. YUAN. And apparently China used to be called yuan. Yeah, it's something I learned from that little video. But it seems like every time there's people are sort of going down rabbit holes, someone comes out and debunks it. Some authority.
Of course,
Yeah,
definitely.
just to throw people off. Mm.
Yeah, like even after sort of the whole minestrone thing broke out, and the fear was going rampant. You know, there was all these documentaries I noticed coming up with regards to, you know, Louis Pasteur and the germ theory, and all just reinforcing the narrative. You know, to remind everyone of how we've got to where we are by standing on the, you know, the shoulders of the giants before us and consensus. You know, like it's just they love timing everything, and they might not make things happen, but fuck, they run with it if they can. Shit.
Yeah, they just try and cover their tracks. So it's like I remember I've still got a photo somewhere of what they were posting on Al Jazeera TV when it all first started, early 2020, and and even the government here were posting the the A4 posters for this stuff and in the toilets and whatever about washing your hands, and it said the source was Al Jazeera and TV, and then it said like wash your hands, wear face masks, but then it said under it, we doubt their effectiveness. It's like, so they were saying back
Oh
then
yeah.
that they didn't think masks were effective at all, and then they did a 180 and said, you know, you better wear 4 masks or whatever. Just
Yeah,
like,
it's just like the start of that movie Contagion. You know, where
mm,
they run through like a 5 minute segment of all the different media that was happening around the world, and it was like copy media word for word. You know, they're all reading from the same script, and it was like contradictory from one article to the next. Like, you know, masks are ineffective, and then someone else is like, you know, we must wear masks indoors, and blah blah blah. And it's just like that Contagion movie is just almost like what we're going through now over a 2 year window.
yeah, because apparently the virus is so small that it can just float around in the air because it's smaller than the air. Right? So that's why you can have people vaping under their masks, and then just this big plume just comes out from the mask, and you'd think that would be full of
Yeah.
it, but now they're saying, oh no, it's only able to be, you know, spread because it's connected to the saliva, you know, so a mask is going to stop the saliva. That's how, yeah, but before it's airborne. Yeah, it's just a total 180.
I wonder what
I mean, this shit.
Omicron. I mean, the new one is.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Jeez. And how long is that going to last? Some authorities are saying it's just going to fade away, like SARS did. It's just going to fade out because it's getting more spreadable, but it's getting weaker, and then it'll just fade out apparently. But who knows? If
Yeah,
even
see,
if
more
that does,
credible,
well,
does
they've
that?
done their job for their propaganda, like stunt, and it's all prepared everybody to obey, and then whatever they've got in store next, if it just fades out, well, everyone's in the right mindset to just follow orders.
Without a
So
doubt, mate. We're gonna
it could
have.
just
We're
all
gonna
fade
have.
away and then have a surprise.
We've got a situation here where in New South Wales they've just passed a law whereby the businesses here that have mandated the vaccines to their employees, like for a condition of work, are now responsible for any injuries that any of their employees suffer. And if they can no longer work, must pay them their wage for life. How fucking crazy is that? So can you imagine, like, already how many businesses are going to go broke because the whole state all the businesses were mandated. Well, they were told to mandate their employees to get jabbed, right? For a condition of work. So they were essentially tricked into thinking they were forced to ask their workers to do it for a condition of work. And now they're being told actually by a law that they're now financially responsible for anyone that's had an injury. Like, there's going to be businesses going broke left, right, and center, man. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and you have restaurants here, like it's fucked up because you have to have your vaccine passport to go to sit down in a restaurant. But then I went to the mall yesterday and they have a food court there and it's not necessary. And the tables are like every other table, it's got a sign on it saying, that this table you can't sit there. So you got one table in between each table where you can sit.
Yeah.
But it's still a restaurant, it's still close contact. I mean, surely if they can do that legally in a mall with fucking 400 people in one food court with their masks off, scoffing their faces, an open food court as well, like open to all the other shops that are spread around them. But then the poor little mum and dad shops down the road, oh no, you have to have a vaccine passport. Why can't they just do the same thing and have a table in between every other table?
Yeah, it's similar. It's crazy. And none of these, I mean, we've got businesses here that are ignoring the mandates, right? They're just like, no, thanks. I'm not going to be part of that. I'm not going to put the stickers on my window. People don't have to check in. Anyone can come in. I don't give a shit, right? And the cops might come up and tell them that they're doing the wrong thing by the mandate, and they'll give them a fine, right? And they'll just continue doing what they're doing, and they'll go to court with their fine, and the fine gets chucked out, right? So it basically, with the mandates, they're basically just asking people to do it. And those that just go, oh, yeah, I'm happy to comply, are complying. And some people are saying no, and the cops try and fine them. But because there's no law, the fine has no legal basis, so it gets chucked out. So it's fucking very interesting. When people know their rights, they know their rights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you get people here walking around with no masks in the mall, even though it says you have to wear one to get into the mall. But then
that's right.
You get the mall police, just like the staff, just coming up to you and saying, "Hey, you need a mask," and they're just handing out the masks. And then, but the way to get away with it is just you hold an empty cup in your hand, and then you don't need a mask. And it's like the mall police, they see you holding this cup and they just ignore you because you've got a cup, a fucking empty one too. That just doesn't make any sense, eh? The whole thing doesn't make any sense. But if it's raining and we're both outside, if I put a raincoat on, are you going to get, you're going to get wet, right? Because you're not protected. I mean, how does it protect everyone? I just don't get it. It fucking doesn't make any sense, man.
The funniest fucking thing, dude, like, not funny, but fucking pretty cool. Our medical facilities, like the GP where you go to see the doctor, right? You have to have a test 72 hours prior to going, and it has to be negative, right? Or you've got to be double jabbed, right? So obviously, we all know the statistics. If you're double jabbed, you can still fucking catch the virus, you can still spread it, and you can still die. So we know it doesn't do any of the things that a vaccine's supposed to do, right? But the stupidity is, like, so if you're double vaxxed, you can obviously potentially have the virus, be unaware of it, go to the GPs and be allowed in because you're double jabbed, spread the virus all around the fucking GP centre, and then come out not even knowing that you've done it. No one in the GP centre would have done it. And if everyone in the GP centre is double vaxxed, none of them even need testing, right? So no one will even know that it's been spread around until someone gets actually sick, has to go to hospital, then they'll get tested, and then the whole place will become a hotspot, which will be like 7 days after the actual fucking spread. Meanwhile, if you're unjabbed, you're not even allowed to go without a negative fucking PCR test. How fucking disgusting.
Oh, it's just ludicrous. Like I've got a friend that's in Taiwan, been trying to book those MIQ rooms for 1 year, man. He's been stuck in Taiwan for a whole year,
Fuck.
and it's just like you get on it every day, and it's like trying to win lotto, and you're waiting to be at the top of the list, and then you just don't get it. And
Oh, I
yeah.
can't imagine what that does to the fucking adrenaline system, eh? The adrenal glands and shit. Doing that every day, fuck.
Oh, he wanted to come back and see his dying father, but he couldn't come back.
Fucking hell.
So yes, fuck man.
Topsy turvy clown world, mate. It's fucking clown world.
Mm. Yeah, it's definitely fucking something fishy going on.
Imagine, imagine being so deficient in the ability to think critically that you actually thought everything was just like la di da how it should be, and you just thought nothing was wrong about this situation.
Well, up in the far north of New Zealand, because we're on the. Are you on the traffic light system?
uh, what for traveling?
Yeah. For is Australia following the traffic light like protocol?
I'm not 100% sure, man. I think we've got an agreement with you guys in New Zealand to stick to that system. I'm not sure about other places though.
Okay. Well, in New Zealand, in the far north, that's where all the dope growers and all the pot smokers and all the hippies live. That's still like a red zone, and everyone else is like going to orange. And so basically, they're all trapped and they can't leave. Not that
Fucking
you'd
hell.
want to anyway, because it's paradise. But yeah, it's like you can tell who doesn't. The reason why it's still red is because they haven't been vaxxed.
That's crazy.
And no one wants to get it up there because yeah, because they know, man, they smoke enough dope up there to realize this place ain't what it seems to be, man. I think
So they
smoking dope
keep it away from us
really
for a reason.
fucking I think smoking dope and yeah, just that lifestyle sort of. There's a lot of aware people around that type of environment. You know, they might be really eccentric and stuff like that, but they're not fucking stupid.
No, we are not.
That's what I was thinking. Better buy some land up there. Where did he go? So there was 800,000 Americans died because of the Kubies, isn't it? But yet the general flu has disappeared and gone. No one gets that anymore. Yeah, bully, 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 bully. That's how we call our cows here. Yeah, bully, bully, bully. You don't need a dog to go and get them. You just call and they'll just come. Yeah, bully, 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 bully.
You heard me doing that, did you?
Don't know what happened, man. I filled up my swimming pool that I bought. It's just one of those kit set ones that you just put on the ground. It's big enough for the kids and a few adults, but I had it chlorinated, just a really light amount of chlorine, just to stop the algae, and it was crystal clear. And then it rained, and then the next morning it was green and sludgy.
Nice.
Yeah, it pissed me off because it doesn't take long to fill the swimming
What
pool.
temperature?
It only costs $27 worth of water to do it, but to empty the fucking thing, because I can't just pull the plug and let the fucking water go like everywhere. It's 6,000 liters of water.
Yeah.
I actually have to siphon the fucker out down the drain, and it takes 24 hours to siphon with the standard garden hose. That pisses me off, but I don't know what to do.
Right.
What the fuck, the rain made it green. I thought here, like, something in the rain, man.
Oh, well, obviously the temperature and the chlorination obviously just got diluted just enough, because if you put in a weak mix, you really need to have those things dosed to the point where you can just smell it and fucking almost burn to your eyes to guarantee nothing happens. You should look into silver. You can get these devices and the water just runs past silver electrodes, and you won't have anything happen with your water, and it'll stay beautiful, and you can fucking drink it even if you want. No chlorine.
Yeah, I would just need to get a cover. Need to get a cover for it as well, I suppose. The thing is, like, I used it for a week, right? It's an early Christmas present for the kids, and then the pump fucked up. Came with this little pump, so I took it back to Kmart and I said, "Oh, I need another pump." So what they did is they got a brand new box, a brand new swimming pool. Took the pump out, and I said, "What are you going to do with the swimming pool now?" And they said, "Oh, we can't sell it now because it's missing a pump, so we have to throw it in the rubbish."
What?
Yeah, I
Did you
was
get
like,
it?
"Oh," I said, "I'll buy it from you if you want, man, because that would be a perfect like pool cover, like because I could use the pool as a cover for my
Yeah.
existing one." And they said they can't; they have to throw it in the bin.
Yeah, just
What
tell them I'll meet you around at the bin. I'll see you around the back at the bin. Off you go. Thanks, mate. I'll see you
the
there.
Yeah. And I went around the back, and they've got like a cage door, and the big skip sitting out the back, which is full of cardboard, and then they've got 5 trolleys all full of like stuff that they have to throw in the bin. But the inside the cage door, and I guess that all the staff at the end of the day, they just take what they want, put it in their car.
Well,
Because they're not
possibly,
gonna,
yeah.
yeah. Kmart's getting ripped off big time, man, from their staff. Like, you go into Kmart here, and like most other places, you're walking out, they want to see your receipt to see what you're carrying out, make sure it's all matching. But the security guards that work there, Kmart security guards, they go, "Oh, you all right, bro? You all right?" And you wave the receipt at them, and they go, "Oh, that's all right." just walk out with anything, I tell you. That's crazy. People pushing massive trolleys full of stuff, and the security guard just goes, "Oh, you all right? You go."
Awesome.
Yeah. They're all in on it, eh? The staff that work in Kmart.
Yeah, take the big corporations down like that. That's a great way to start doing it. Get on the
Yeah, man.
inside, fucking have everyone fucking do that sort of shit. I
I
love when
reckon
people
they.
that go around putting little black dots on the QR codes. Have you seen that
Oh
happening?
no! What does that do?
Where you just take a permanent marker and put a little dot anywhere, just a little dot, and it fucks the code up, so it won't scan anymore. So all the businesses that have the chicken things have got to come out and like replace their QR code all the time, and there's no contract chasing them.
Oh, yeah, okay. Just one dot. Wow.
Yeah, just one. Yeah, changes the whole pattern. Yeah.
Nice. Good intel.
Oh yeah.
Didn't that concave Earth guy just die? That fucking Lord Stephen Christ or whatever.
Did he really?
That's what they were talking about on another channel.
Okay, well, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, lots of people are dying, so yeah.
Yeah. He didn't
I
look
wonder
very
if he's
old.
a true believer. I wonder if he fell for the jibbity jabbity or whether he was against it. That's just completely other reasons.
I never really watched his. I think I might have seen it once, like years ago. But
Yeah, like way back, way back.
it just didn't really make. I mean, some of it made sense, I guess, but at the end of the day, water's fucking flat. So I just couldn't get how it could be curved, like a bowl. Like, yeah, because I think that in that model, the water has to be curved. If it was just the
Oh,
shape
definitely.
of the actual, like the shape of the dish, the shape of the bowl, and the water was still level, then I could probably contemplate like looking at it closer. But I can't see how water gets curved.
No, water's not. I'm with you on the actual. If it's a bowl versus a plane and everything's flat in that bowl, yeah, it's a bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not in that model. It's raised in the center, and then it dips down, and then it gets raised up again on the edge. Yeah.
Oh, like one of those weird bloody baking dishes.
Well, no, yeah, it looks just like a roulette wheel.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, roulette wheel. Yeah, okay, right. I was thinking of the upside down pineapple cake tin, with the hole in the middle and the dip down and then back up at the edges.
But then there
I'm sure
was
you can cook
I
anything.
watched the Baby Truther show maybe a week ago or whatever, and they had a couple of guests on there talking about their model. Did you ever catch that one?
No, mate, no.
On Jiren's Baby Truther show. Apparently those two were bad mouthing a lot of the people I've seen, and in the end Baby Truther show just invited them on to to explain what they're about, and they're apologizing. But their models is kind of a little bit like the Pac-Man theory in a way, how you go one side and pop out the other side. It's like on a loop, like on a tape or something. Yeah, quite interesting. It works out actually really, like, you could actually use it like as comparable to all the information that they use on a globe, but just not a globe. And they modeled it on I don't know what program they used to model, but it all seems about. It's quite interesting. I don't know if you go back to that show, you can check them out. That's, I don't know, about a week ago on the Baby Truther show. Can't remember their names.
I think it's Ronnie and Jason from Awake Souls.
Oh, right, yeah. That was quite interesting, actually, yeah. What do you think about that theory?
I actually didn't watch that whole show. I saw that they were on, and I know that they've had a lot of tension in the past with Jared and different people calling them shills and Nate and all this stuff. So I was wondering. I was surprised they had him on, and I was wondering if it was going to be a dumpster fire or what. But I haven't really watched it. It was on my list to maybe go back and watch. But yeah, I was interested to at least kind of see what their general idea is.
it kind of sort of melds a little bit with that APM research kind of a thinking, and how you have the doors for the sun and the moon, and they actually go through these doors and they pop out the other side again. It's like a never-ending loop.
So is it like a square map, or is it just that the sun is going in and out of a portal around your viewpoint or something?
Oh, you were breaking up. Couldn't hear you. It's all robotic.
Okay, I was saying, is it like a square map where the sun portals, or is it more just that the sun is portaling every time it rises and sets in your viewpoint?
So it travels. It's actually really intriguing. So it travels from one side to the other. So, for example, going from the right to the left, the sun and the moon, and then when they get to one side, they pop out back on the right side. And so you could, when they showed you the map, it's got like a copy of. It's got like, I think it had like, it started with India and then it ended with India, so like it doubled up. And they showed how the sine wave works and how the analemma and everything sort of worked out pretty well. I mean, if you can on a flat Earth model, you can assume that everything's local and close. Well, they're not fucking rocks or gas giants up in the sky. What the fuck are they? There must be something that's unexplainable. And if that's the case, well, why couldn't it be possible that this place is like a mystical realm where they could just pop out the other side? Who knows? It's worth a watch, though. I'd like to see a more sort of a sanitary version of it without having to listen to the Baby Truther show again. Because they talk a lot of shit. They talk a lot of shit on that show.
Yeah, it's kind of different than it used to be.
It's yeah, I don't know what they're trying to do, what they're trying to achieve, but it's kind of real mainstreamy or hyped up. Sort of promoting each other with their, like, you know, just promoting each other and sort of, I don't know, adding all sorts of, what do you call it, drama into the mix. Totally unnecessary.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
Be good if there was a place where you could listen to real philosophers debating, like actual philosophers actually like having proper discussions, not just fucking pseudoscientists and amateurs. I mean, I'm talking about actual philosophers coming together and having like 24-hour binge talks, you know, and just to you know, really dig their minds. Yeah, I don't know if there's anywhere like that. I mean, you can get them, you know, spread out individually. Like you get some gurus or whatever, like Sadhguru or some other dudes, but it's there's no place where you can go to just hear them in their meeting room where they're just, you know, really digging each other's brains, picking each other's brains. Or like all the top philosophers that you can imagine. That'd be cool. But I suppose they've got too many egos involved. And if that's the case, then they're probably not real philosophers anyway.
Don's a real philosopher.
Yeah. Yeah. He's kind of like He's kind of like Pete without the joint. I forgot Pete is missing a joint, but anyway, it's kind of like a sane Pete. Adorn. Right. I heard on the other channel, like they had a really quiet patch and no one was talking because they must have just had like some drama or whatever, and everyone was like, "Oh, we can't talk until Pete gets here." And then Pete came in, and the conversation was on because he was like the only flat earther in the chat. They're like fucking buzzards. Is that what you call them? Buzzards. Waiting for the fox to die so they could all go and mangle it.
Yeah, there is that energy there. It's very strong. Just waiting for someone to pounce on.
And they have this guy that I don't know. He's a real weirdo. Forgot what his name is, but like his avatar is like a really warped face. I don't know what his name is. You probably haven't been over there, so hard to explain. But yeah, no, it's good to be somewhere sane. It's hard to tell what sane is nowadays. Am I sane because I'm the only one that's not taking the jab?
Yeah, over there, like, are they forcing it as bad where you're at as they are in Australia? Like, is it pretty bad?
Well, the whole of New Zealand is vaccinated except for the far north. So you feel really strange walking around in a mall with thousands of people and you're the only one with a face. Yeah. And like my wife, she forgot to bring a mask and we went in. I said, "Don't worry. The mall police, they'll give you a mask. They'll see you and they'll come up to you and give you a mask. Don't worry." And she was just so nervous walking around with no mask on. She's like, "Oh, I feel naked. It feels really weird. Everyone's looking at me." Yeah. Who's sane, man? And they've got their designer masks on made of fucking lamb's wool or fucking cowhide designer masks. Oh my God.
Yeah, they've effectively taken people's faces away.
Yep. And it's sometimes it's really deceiving because you see a chick and you can see her eyes and she just looks so hot. It's like, whoa, she's hot. And then she pulls down her mask and you're like, ah, put it back on.
Oh man.
Do you sometimes like beautiful looking eyes and then just the ugliest bottom half of their face? It's like, oh my God. I think the girls actually like it because a lot of girls, they can dress up their eyes to look really good. It's hard to disguise the face with makeup.
Well, I've been thinking a lot of people in general, I think, like this because a lot of people just have insecurities about the way they look, so this mask thing gives them a ability to hide behind something and, you know, not have to have their
Well,
face out there. So I think it's kind of caught on for that
yeah,
reason.
and it's kind of like they're being really discreet all the time. They can just go anywhere and no one knows who they are. They're all filled with guilt, I'm sure. They're all guilty of something. It's like they say, the guys that grow a beard, the old saying is they're hiding something, hiding behind their beard. And it's kind of true in some way. But, I mean, logically, why would you want this big fucking itchy, coarse, wiry, hairy, fucking bug-attracting, food-infested thing on your face when you could just cut it off? Or at least cut it short. Good to stop the bugs when you're on the Harley. So what's the latest news? Who's got the best experiment to fucking close this thing, wrap this thing up? It's been fucking long time, man. 6 years. Who was saying the other day? Someone was saying the other day that someone was saying the other day that they just called off the next fucking moon mission.
Yeah, I think something about space suits. They don't have proper space suits.
Oh no. Maybe they just have to pull the spacesuits out of the closet, the ones that they've got already.
Well, within 5 years we're all gonna go. That's what I keep hearing, so I got my fingers crossed.
Well, I was watching something a couple of days ago about some dude who's half Aborigine, and he was talking about his visions. He saw in his visions, he saw some type of a wave coming, and he couldn't tell if it was like water or just like plasma or energy. And he reckons, get ready, man. There's there's a shift gonna come, and we're all gonna be split into like 2 dimensions, and all the awakened people are going to be ascending into this other reality. A lot of people are on board with that type of thinking. And then you've got the Trumpers. They think that Trump's going to come and save the world. Or the aliens are coming. Save us from the aliens.
Do you think anything big is going to happen in the future, Carlos? What is your prediction of the future?
I think something big is going to happen, yeah. And I can't put my finger on it, man, because it's just there's so much confusion, and I think what they're doing now is just prepping for the next stage, whatever that is. Yeah. I don't think it's just going to fizzle out. It might just like fade away, and then because everyone's already sort of been, mind controlled, they'll be able to instigate the next stage of their agenda. And I'd say that's probably going to be something that it's probably something that's really big, but only big for those who haven't had the jab. And if you've had it, then it's probably just something else that's inconvenienced.
You saying some like more freedom stripped from the unjabbed,
Yeah.
or like potentially like all of the people that are jabbed will just get sicker because they're just putting more poisonous garbage in their bodies, and then that'll be blamed on a new variant spread by the unjabbed.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of division, I'm sure. It's just going to be a massive world of division.
Oh, yeah. I'm in a small country town in Victoria, and I'm not allowed to go anywhere.
Sucks.
Yeah, it's not as bad as I thought it would be, I guess. I was trying to get away from most of, like, the worldly things anyway, but I guess it just sort of semi-sucks for your children. Like, I can't even send my 5-year-old to swimming lessons.
Yeah, well, you can't just plan for next year to like have your family holiday somewhere in Bali, or you can't plan for any of those things, and you can't plan for a long-term business strategy because you don't know if their business is going to be viable or not.
Or if you can even work at all, bro.
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Auckland, New Zealand.
You allowed to work there?
Yeah, yeah, barely.
The unjabbed are allowed to work?
Yeah.
Oh, what a lovely blessing.
Yeah, but
You must have an amazing prime minister.
we're allowed to work, but that's a very limited type of businesses that can.
Oh, okay. So you couldn't be like a care worker or anything like that?
Oh shit, no.
Okay.
Anything close contact, you have to have the jab.
Yep. Okay then.
Well, I've got a friend that works for what's it called? Dunningham's. They do like packaging. They've got a warehouse where they supply all of the other wholesale markets for like food packaging and stuff, and they're not close contact at all, but they all had to get it purely because I don't know. Fuck knows why. Actually, doesn't make any sense.
I find it interesting. Like as a going against everything that I've sort of learnt over the last few years, I was given a bank loan by Bank of Melbourne, $420,000, and I find it interesting that like they didn't forecast that I wouldn't be allowed to earn money to pay back that bank loan. Don't they usually forecast those sorts of things?
Yeah, they probably just haven't implemented that into their strategy yet, where you just got in at the right time, I guess.
Yeah, but it was sort of like while it was sort of half known, like the Premier was making all those wild statements about how, what his plans were for people that didn't, get jabbed and stuff. Yet still the bank was comfortable and giving me best part of $500,000, I guess.
Yeah, well, the thing is with the bank is that you can change your job tomorrow. You can get your bank loan.
Yeah, good point. I could just stop
and
working tomorrow, couldn't I?
Yeah, you could stop tomorrow, or you could change your job tomorrow. So it's kind of just comes down to the dollars, really.
Yeah,
Um,
and they would likely know that my house would eventually probably be worth more than what the loan was anyway. They would likely know that the Centrelink dole payment would be enough to pay the mortgage off anyway. They would likely know all those things, and they probably wouldn't give a shit because they just made the dollar sign up anyway.
and it's money they didn't have anyway.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. They made that dollar sign up. They just created it out of thin air. What's it called? Fractional reserve lending or something like that?
Yeah.
What a scam.
Well, it's mainly based on your asset, right? It's not really based on your income. If you can show that you can pay it, then that's all they need.
Yeah, well, I certainly can't pay it now.
Have you got insurance?
I think so. I think they made me get it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing to double check your insurance policy, make sure that you're going to be covered, because like if you get COVID, then you're not going to be covered for shit.
What do I need to be covered for?
If you get that, your insurance policy just doesn't work.
COVID?
If you try and make a claim, because all insurance policies don't cover that.
Hang on. Get COVID, bro. I thought that your body creates viruses in response to toxicity. As a
Exactly.
solvent. Yeah,
Isn't
so
it?
how do you get COVID?
Yeah, where's all this toxicity coming from? Is it, I don't know, are we spending too much time on Wi-Fi, or is there something in the air?
Oh, I'm not having to expel the toxicity out of I haven't had a virus, or my body hasn't created a virus for 3 years.
Jesus. So
When I stopped eating products with like stabilizers and additives and all that sort of stuff, like synthetic garbage, that's when I stopped getting, the annual colds and flus and stuff, because my body doesn't have to expel as much toxicity. Like I used to smoke up, heaps of cigarettes and drink alcohol and eat drink freaking cans of Fanta or whatever, Maltesers, and who gives a shit? You know what I mean? And yeah, I got the flu heaps of times, but now I don't get it anymore because I just eat cucumbers, strawberries, and shit. Does that mean that like I still could get COVID, but I would just be asymptomatic? Be interesting to hear Eggshell's opinion on that one.
What's my opinion being sought on? I shall give you my decree.
Viruses being contagions, bro. So like I used to always catch viruses when I ate heaps of Maltesers and drank Fantas and had things with stabilizers and other additives in it. And now for 3 or 4 years, I don't catch viruses anymore. So I just like don't have toxicity to expel. So my body doesn't create a virus in response to that toxicity as a solvent. What are your thoughts?
I don't think the body creates viruses, but I mean, I can certainly believe that healthy living makes you stronger and your immune system more robust.
You don't think your body creates viruses as in a response to toxicity as a solvent?
No, I thought viruses create viruses.
Huh? Have you ever heard of terrain theory?
I have, yes.
Yeah, what about exosome theory?
No.
Mm. It's not as popular, the exosome thing, because it sort of means you got to semi-take responsibility for your own health instead of like just, oh, I randomly caught a virus off someone else and now I'm horribly sick. There's nothing I could have done about it. Maybe there'll be a vaccine or perhaps some sort of other scientific breakthrough that will save me from this unfortunate event that I've done nothing wrong to have done to me.
So, do you reckon viruses are a real thing?
They're created by the body in response to toxicity as a solvent.
Right. So, but can somebody create a virus as a result of toxicity of a solvent and then pass that on to somebody else?
As far as I've understood so far, no, because they're not alive, so they can't transmit. No, they can't be transmitted. There's never been a scientific experiment that's proven that a virus can be transmitted through saliva. Have you seen all those attempts at proving that scientifically, how they all failed?
I've seen people proposing things like that. I've also seen things that show the opposite. I don't.
Can you show me the scientific experiment that proves that viruses are contagious through saliva?
No, I can't really be bothered doing that at the moment, but I just
Oh,
don't
come
think
on. It's a pretty big topic, bro. Like, the whole world's apparently contagious, and you can't find a scientific experiment that proves that the contagions through saliva?
No, I just can't be bothered.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Presented reams and reams of evidence in these rooms over the past year. Not one of them, not a single one, has ever been accepted. So if you catch me before bed asking for more evidence and I'm unwilling to provide it, you're just going to have to put up with that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I've obviously put up with it.
Are you still there, Gio?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
You listened to my uncle's song yet?
Oh, not yet. I'm gonna go pull it up though.
Play it for us.
Is it a new one?
It's Friday night. This is his latest one. Who can understand French? I can't. It's got subtitles though. What do you play it on, Gio? Have you got a ghetto blaster? One of those. I used to have one when I was 16, a ghetto blaster with removable speakers. Anyone had one of those?
Yeah, I'm listening to it now. Yeah, it's sounds good.
That's all we wanted to hear. Can't you play it so we can all hear it?
You mean played in the in the channel? There is a music bot.
Oh, really? Has anyone seen that the channel called Laura? She just posted like a 5-minute video with Google Earth anomalies. It's quite interesting. How you look through the oceans and they have these little spots that you can zoom on and you can see islands and volcanoes and shit. But the rest of the ocean is just kind of blanked out. Why do they do that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff in the oceans on Google Earth, like a lot of like blank spots, and it looks like sort of like CGI, and like there'll be something that looks like a high altitude footage, and then right next to it, it'll just be all like some kind of CGI filler.
Yeah, it's kind of like they've just covered it with grey to mesh over it so you can't see what's there. It's like you've got like thousands of kilometers of ocean, and they've only allow you to see like 6 little dots, and you zoom in and you can see some islands there, but the rest of it's just all grayed over. I thought they had the technology to just you know have photos of the entire globe. What are they hiding?
Yeah, they've got like 25,000 satellites. They say it seems like we should have a pretty full coverage of it all.
I thought that 25,000 was about fucking 20 years ago. They should have way more than that. Don't they launch like shitloads of? I suppose a lot of them would be dying. They're probably all getting viruses, like computer viruses, and then just dying. Oh, that'd be cool. That's probably the way that the ISS is going to fail. Like someone was saying the other day, it's impossible to have air conditioning on the ISS. It just wouldn't work. Unless
You
they've
say
got
air conditioning?
a fucking endless supply of oxygen up there.
Why couldn't you have air conditioning on the ISS?
Or how do they breathe, man? In that little fucking airplane size capsule. I know it's like the size.
Canisters of oxygen?
Yeah, it's where they're getting all their oxygen, man.
NASA. Did they explain to us how they can breathe up there, or do they have like a? They don't tell
So
us.
didn't they have like that woman astronaut that was on there for like 66.6 fucking days or whatever? She was up there for a shit of a long time. And what was it? How long was she up there for? At least half a year, wasn't it? And like, how are they breathing up there all this time? Where are they getting the air from? Because if I was stuck in a fucking elevator for 2 hours, man, I'd be choking.
Do you know what they claim on the moon landings, where the air came from? Because that's I think 8 days
8 days with
for
a
3
little
people.
tiny tank, with one little tank of oxygen that they had to breathe through the whole time.
I think they claim on the moon landings that they have some kind of reaction happening where they'll get a not a chemical but some kind of compound, and they react it and then creates oxygen. I read that, I think. So they basically
Like
have an unlimited supply of oxygen, as far as I know. But that's just what I remember reading.
magic. Unless they might be lying to us and there is actually air on the moon, and it's probably because it's in a Hollywood basement, right?
Well, I don't know that they have the technology on Earth as far as unlimited oxygen. So if you're in some kind of container, right, like ISS, you'd have to have air to breathe if it was sealed off. And I don't know if what I read is legit, because we should have that technology on Earth also. Like for submarines, how do they do it for submarines? Maybe we can compare it to submarines.
Submarines can stay down for a long time, but they come up and replenish, right? Cause I thought they had compressed air, like on submarines. They have
How long can
compressed air.
submarines last?
Eh?
They'll use electrolysis. It's so confusing that you guys will like sit for 30 minutes wondering rather than just like type
How
the
long
very
can
question you're asking
submarines
into
last?
Google.
Hey, tell us about electrolysis.
I don't know much about it. It's you use some sort of electrical thing to separate water into hydrogen and oxygen, is my understanding. So for submarines, it's either supplied by pressurized tanks, or an oxygen generator, which can form oxygen from the electrolysis of water.
So first of all, on the ISS, then they're going to have shitloads of water, right?
Yeah, humans need a bit of water. You got to bring water up. My understanding is that's like a fair chunk of the weight they've got to bring
Speaking
up.
of water, do they recycle their water so they basically drink their own urine, basically recycling that?
Yep. Exactly.
And they tested this. They must have tested it all before they went there, right? They must have had it all planned out.
I reckon they did a multi-billion-dollar thing without testing it ever. Like, why test it, It's only going to cost a couple of lives and all of your money. What's the point in testing it?
Exactly. Like the SpaceX rockets, they just spent fucking millions on and just can land them perfectly on like a ramp in the ocean without having any models or testing.
Right, yeah, no, that's right. They just wouldn't have even probably had at it the first go.
They did, They just went at it. They just spent billions and they just did it.
Yeah,
and the first time.
When you Googled this, I presume you didn't just start opining that they didn't, model it and try it with smaller things. And
the thing is,
those straight out of your ass, is it?
Those spaceships landing looks so fucking fake. It has to be real.
So did they test it or not? I'm just wondering if that's something you could have Googled.
It shows. What's it called?
If they did test it, every American, every middle class American boy would have one of those rockets like in their backyard, and they'd be able to play with them.
What's that? So this brand new technology they only just came up with, everybody should already have it. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I'm saying like if they had models like drones that it's probably just a takeoff of the drone. It's just not much more to go to get that ability in like a
So now it's
toy,
quite simple. I see.
and
It's
all
gone
the
from being
middle
improbably
class
difficult to ridiculously simple. I get it.
all
Right.
the upper middle class kids would have one for Christmas, landing their
Sure.
rockets backwards.
Yeah, because we all know when Henry Ford first invented the motor car, immediately kids had motor cars.
Did he really invent the motor car?
Well, he invented the production line for the motor car, you know. Everybody should already have it by then, really. Wasn't Benz the first one to come up with a horseless carriage? So immediately everybody should have had a horseless carriage.
Well, it costs money, but
silly
like you see,
suggestion?
at least all the rich kids and fucking Beverly Hills, they'd all have a rocket in their backyard to play with.
Why? Where would they get it from? Who's producing them?
Same people that make fucking adrenochrome or whatever you call it.
The same people are like, hey, pause the adrenochrome production. Stop tapping those babies' little adrenal glands. We've got to now make rockets for rich kids. That's a bit change of business model, chaps. We'll be back to the adrenochrome in 20 minutes' time. We've just got to mass produce rockets for kids that don't want them.
I like it. You were getting ready for bed, but yeah, you're all hyped up. It's good.
I'm still ready for bed.
Hey, Charles, what's the process to make oxygen in submarines in space? I think is what you were talking about.
Electrolysis is what Google tells me. I know nothing about it.
Electrolysis was a medical procedure.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's used in medicine as well, but the things I'm finding here are you pass a current through water and hydrogen will attach to one, will attach
You know how
to an
slow
anode.
the process of electrolysis is? Because I've seen a lot of channels doing alchemy and they're using that process. It's an extremely slow process. To be able to
know a
have
lot
it
about
fast,
a lot because like 10 seconds ago you weren't sure how they did it and now you're sure that the process they used to do it is too slow. So it
just jogged my memory because I was watching alchemy
is coming along quickly.
the other day.
Which is great.
And to be able to produce that much oxygen, they're going to have a fucking massive unit.
Hey, Charles, what if we wanted to try to verify that's really happening in the right amount? How do we go about doing that? Just
how
to
would
say,
you
I
do
suspect
that? I mean,
they're lying to us.
You could go to a naval museum and go and look at their unit that they've got for old submarines that are declassified or close enough to it. I guess that would be one way of doing it. I mean, I'm sure they do this thing every other day in physics departments to show kids how this works. So you could go and see what they're doing there, and then I'm sure that would give you benchmarks of like, you need this much surface area, you need this much voltage, or you need this much whatever. And then from there, scale up to figure out how much you'd need for a submarine.
Do you know what powers submarines?
Depends what they're powered by. It's like what powers cars.
What are they? What's powering a submarine?
It's like what that's like saying what powers cars. It depends what they run on. There are diesel ones. There are nuclear ones. My understanding is China's even produced electric ones that run on batteries.
Harry, what does the 8-stroke engine run on? Do you know? Or?
I don't know. The 8-stroke engine, I think, runs on 1 part gas, 1 part petrol, and 6 parts bullshit.
Fuck, that'd be really cool to see that, like coming from Wikipedia.
Show me your unit.
I can imagine reading that on Wikipedia. 1 part this, 1 part that, 6 part bullshit. Fuck.
Yeah, you guys see this shit where they got like, they're going to put like a microchip in a pill, so they're going to know that you've taken whatever the fuck pill they want you to take?
Aren't you just going to shit it straight back out, though?
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh, you see this? Holy shit!
That's crazy. So they can like verify that you actually swallowed it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
You just wrap it in a condom and shit it back out. That's what they do with cocaine, don't they?
No, but this probably breaks down and then fucking releases the signals, so you couldn't even get away with doing something like that, probably. The only way you could do it is you go in a room if they didn't see you, if you took the pill and then you like dissolved it yourself and it gave off the signal. But the wet dream of these fucking Nazis is to like have you strapped down to a table and then they give you the pill and then they monitor it. You know what I mean? Like, these fucking pieces of shit, these gullible motherfuckers, and anyone who fucking supports it.
What's the pill?
I don't know. It was being discussed. I saw a video. It's like from the World Economic Forum, and it's the CEO of Pfizer, this guy Borla, talking about how they have these new pills that will.
You don't need the jab anymore.
What's
you don't
up?
need the jab anymore, right? They're going to replace the jab.
Yeah, no. Like seriously, fuck anyone who's bowed down to this shit. And anyone who fucking justifies it. Like, are you so retarded you don't even see history in front of you unfolding? Like Mark Twain said, you know what I mean? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And like, it's such a shame, like, what a fucking dumbass society's coming to.
I agree. It's really effed up on so many levels. The thing I've been thinking, like, where are all of the like revolutionaries? Like the Bob Dylans and all these people that like revolution. Where is that?
Well, no, dude. You know what's fucked up? You want to know what's really fucked up, dude? Is when you fucking learn. Like, first, the whole hippie movement was created by the CIA. Like, the Weather Underground was funded by the CIA. Like, like all these supposed rebel movements. And that's why all these all these like Cher and like all these people that you would think were part of that revolutionary generation, they're just sellout cookie fakes. This is why it's, and it's so interesting. Like there's a guy who wrote a book, like for instance, like, did anyone know that Jim Morrison's dad was the like head naval commander on the ship that was in the Gulf of Tonkin? That was a false flag operation that started the Vietnamese War. Like, what are the chances? And then fucking this guy, I think his name is something Robert McGowan. He wrote a book and he exposes all this shit. And a fucking month after he exposes this, he gets cancer and dies. Like the whole concept of how there was this studio in Hollywood where they allegedly like created the whole movement. So there are no fucking rebels in this mainstream fucking shit show.
Follow the money, man. Back to London.
I'm not trying to see, but my thing is like, I'm not trying to catch these niggas out here. I'm just, I love, Camus said, you know what I mean? Sometimes just like in a world that is so unfree, the only thing you could do is be free, be so fucking free that you're ungovernable to them,
Yeah, there is a lot of weird stuff with like the 60s and the hippie movement. But what about even like in the 90s, like, Rage Against the Machine, like.
Dude, look at Rage Against the Machine right now, fucking demanding vaccine fucking fucking you gotta have you gotta have the passport if you want to go see him. Like a masked, like I love the video of like a bunch of masked, triple vaxxed fucking audience members at a Rage Against the Machine show singing "Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me." Like, you fucking clowns. Like, oh my god, dude. Like, you're such a fucking clown.
Well, that's what I think of that lyric, like "fuck you, I won't do what you tell me." So, what are they saying now? Like, "Okay, I'll do everything you tell me." Like, are they just changing the
Right.
lyrics in the song?
No. They think. Do you know what the scare? I'm not. Let's not even be scared. They're just pathetic. But like, they're like, I won't do what you tell me. Like, they think they're fighting against like, like corporate. What? Like, they really do. They're so stupid, dude. They're the dumbest people on the fucking earth, dude. It's unreal. It's unreal. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bless their heart, man. Because, the only concept of evolution I accept is survival of the fittest. And, like, half these people are going to become robots and turn it off when the electricity goes out. So, whatever. Yuck.
So it's like there is no counterculture anymore, or there never was.
No, we're it, nigga.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what I love. I love even like Robert Anton Wilson, man. He said, like, I believe that a small group of highly intelligent, elitists, run the world, and it's me and my friends. You run the world. Everyone runs their own fucking world, man.
Yeah.
And that's why I love. That's what's so interesting about the subject of law to me is that like you can call them out on their own laws, and then they're wrecked and they don't know how to respond, and their opinion doesn't matter because it's in the books, and it's nothing personal. It's just business.
It'd be nice if there was some justice throughout all this. Seems like a lot of that's just gone out the window. They just seems like they're doing whatever they want, and nobody wants to stand up for anything at this point of what's right or doesn't even matter. They just
Well, the thing is nobody's had the, or I don't know. I think of it like for myself, like flat Earth is not the hill to die on. You know what I mean? Like, trying to convince the world about your opinion about the shape of the Earth is not like you know what I mean? Like the righteous cause. I think some people think it is. But if you're going to fucking try to commit medical tyranny in the same stroke as the way that the Nazis did, well, then that's fucking different, right? And I think the only thing is that people need to wake up to the fact that that's what's going on. And they will. And when they do, they're going to run these people the fuck out of town. And anyone who fucking, like, if you join that force today, like, you know what I mean? I just think the people are going to look at you and condemn you in the future, man. Like, you're going to be, like, exposed as a fucking Nazi. And you would have been a Nazi back in the 30s, you fuckhead. And we're going to fucking know that. And everyone's going to know that. Because they're going to have Twitter posts, and all their advice that they give people online about how good the system was. And they're going to get fucking shown those Twitter posts and be like, so you were just down with the fucking Nazis then, right? That's what I think's going to happen. God willing.
yeah, it'd be cool.
All
to see
legal,
something.
lawful, righteous. It's going to be righteous as fuck. Like, I think about it like this. Like, it's too weird. Like, you've got Giuliani floating around there somewhere in the background. and like Giuliani took out all the mafia in New York City, right? There's something up, man. These niggas got played. They bit the bullet. You saw Adam Schiff about to go down. And then did you guys see the CNN journalist? There's two of them. One of them got being a fucking groomer. And then the other one's on tape trying to groom a 14-year-old, the daughter of his fiance. You know?
Damn. I didn't see that.
Yeah, fucking, I think, it's coming. I think. Like they all took the bait. They thought they had it so good, and it's like a drug bust. The cops give you everything you want. And then when you go to try to do it, they're like, you fucking arrest everybody. So that's what I think they did to these fools.
Well, it'd be nice if there was some kind of a reckoning, because how much corruption can you pile up until there's finally a reckoning of some sort?
Well, I think it's like, like the old thing, man. The revolution will not be televised. It's happening. It's just not happening in the public limelight, and nobody really reports on it. It's like, how the fuck do flat earthers not know that the two CNN dudes just got popped? Fucking Adam Schiff is fucking whatever. You know what I mean? Like, how are we, like, if we're, this is what always got me about, the whole flat earth thing. It's like, dude, this is beyond flat earth. This is the idea of being aware about the news and about what's going on in politics around you. Even if it doesn't affect you, just being aware of it. But, like, we need, it's like, that's why the whole trap of flat earth is to get everyone on this subject and be all fervent about it, while these bitches take the fucking rug out from under you, while nobody's paying attention to what's going on around them. Instead of fucking I mean, think about it, dude. Like, even like myself, it's like, we self-censor ourselves because we don't want to talk about the most fucking important matter of the day. And I understand why people, why we do it, but at the same time, it's like, dude, this is actually the discussion, not fucking the shape of the earth. That's already been decided as something that you can't tell anyone what it is. I can't tell somebody that they don't see curvature. I can't tell somebody that they don't think that NASA went to the moon. If you want to think that, you're free to think it. You know what I mean? However, you're not free to fucking mandate medical advice. You fucking Nazi. You know what I mean?
I hear you. Yeah, I just I don't see very many people changing their viewpoints on it, though. Do you? Like, it just seems like people are very, like, they're either getting the jab and they're doing it all, or they're, aware of it and not getting it. Like, are there a lot of people, like, on the fence, you think? Or, like...
No, I think the whole issue, the issue is, like, and this was the beauty of, I thought, the way that, Trump handled it, was the idea that, okay, here it is if you want it, and you don't have to take it if you don't want it. It's like, same thing with, like, the shape of the earth. It's like, I'm not trying, like, you've got people out there that are like, we need to destroy the system and start again, and we need to teach science differently, and we need to do, it's like, no, you fucking don't, dude. It's like, we don't need to complicate it that way. We just need to use what works.
Well, I think the shape of the earth, if it's able to be deciphered in a definitive way, could be a pretty big blow to the system. But I do know what you're saying. It's sort of a...
Here's the thing. You can't take away someone's right to think differently. And that was why I always, like, even like in the flat earth thing, and this is why I keep, all these discussion things nowadays, is that it's like, you've got to let the ballers breathe. You've got to let them in order to hear them out, in order to have the discussion. And you've got to be able to be cordial. with the whole thing. You know, even if it's a fucking debate that's going to get a little animated, like they have to be allowed in there. But if you just say no, Ball Earth is done. Anyone who says anything like that, you know what I mean? Now, granted, I understand that to the fullest. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't tolerate it in my own life. Like, it bores me. But like, in the same sense, like, you can't abolish the ball, you know? And like, it's just like they want to abolish flat Earth, and the difference between us and them, we tolerate both of them,
I agree.
Yeah, and
They
that's
want to
it.
abolish the flat Earth because it threatens them.
Right, and we're not. I'm not threatened by the fucking globe model, dude. You know what I mean? I'm not threatened by it. I fucking learn from it. I fucking find it fascinating. You know what I mean? It's just an equal explanation, or not even. Well, for me, it's not equal, but it's an explanation of the unknown. You know, and but I wouldn't want to abolish that. And I just think that I don't know, like, let us not be like our enemy, if you will. Not that they're an enemy, but like, don't be like the reason you fight ruthless bad people is because they're ruthless and bad, and don't become a monster when you're hunting monsters. You know what I mean? Be wary of being a monster when you're taking them out. That's what I mean by that. But anyway, like, yeah, like flat Earth, you can't really, you can't get rid of either side of that. But for someone to like be a straight up fucking medical Nazi, like no, that's real.
Yeah, yeah, it is different in the way like the microcosm and the macrocosm, where the macrocosm being the larger Earth system is what it is, but like the microcosm being our actual bodies and that being invaded upon, that's like a direct, like that's happening today. Whereas like the shape of the Earth thing has kind of been going on for a long time, and it sort of is what it is, part of the control system for sure. But I do know what you mean. Like the mandate thing, like that's like a war, as it were. That's like right here. Like they're, you know, it's more effectively, it's more immediately affecting us as well.
Right? And they've got people arguing about the shape of the Earth. While they fucking take the rug and the chain, like you got a bunch of people around a dinner table and the house is getting robbed, and they're sitting there arguing about the shape of the Earth. You got to clap a little bit. Like they're so good at what they do. But also, there's the seed of their own destruction in this discussion. Because the more people, whatever penny drops for somebody, whether it be, I don't even know. There's so much covered. But like Operation Northwoods, like, some penny drops. Like some fucking. Yeah, I'm gonna step out for a bit, Gio. Good talking to you. Forgive me coming in and ranting and raving. But yeah, peace to the peeps. I'll see you guys later.
Good night.
Later, brother.
That was Issa. Yeah, he has a good idea about not attacking each other in these debates, because then you just stop communications. Turns into a dumpster fire.
Is there any point in prepping
Prepping for what?
for something? For something that's happening, coming soon?
Um, at school they teach us like to dunk under the desk when there's an earthquake. I wonder if that's, I think it mainly it helps not practice hysteria, right? So we're prepping for an earthquake. Is that what you mean?
Like having your bug out bag in your fucking underground bunker.
Well, people
Like
do
all
that, and
the
they spend a lot of money, they spend a lot of time and effort, and they feel like they're prepared, at least more prepared for this coming apocalypse.
yeah, all different types of people are spending shitloads of money on bunkers.
Yeah, underground hideouts and bunkers and safe rooms and. It'd be nice to find a natural cave that goes pretty deep. That would be a way to save money. Just throw your shit in there.
I saw a I saw a video yesterday on a guy that made his house according to the Fibonacci sequence. The design of his house was like this the spiral shape. Most intriguing house. And you never know what's going to happen around, because like you're always going around a corner, you're always going around a bend. So every room is sort of like a new discovery. When you turn around, you keep walking and you come into the next room and the next room, and it's quite amazing.
There's a lot of rooms.
It's a shitload of rooms.
Sounds like a piece of artwork more than anything else.
Well, just the energy of the place is just amazing. There was a guy that had a tour through the house, and he just said the energy of the place was so uplifting, and just the design overall, the ergonomics of it, and the unexpected. It's always around the corner, and the way that the sound went through the place, the way that the acoustics was pretty mellow.
He's probably into music too.
Yeah.
Biden
Yeah.
warns a winter of illness and death. That's just the most uplifting thing to hear. We turn on TV.
What? What winter
Biden warns
and
a
death?
winter of illness and death.
Illness and death.
That's not
Well,
tell you
he's the fucking,
fear mongering, man. Fear mongering.
he's the Pope of Good Hope.
He's the Pope of Build Back Better.
America's first fake president.
Well, I do think that the election was corrupted and decidedly so. And I wonder if they're all corrupted. It's the thing that no one really was ever elected. Legitimately, they've always had their hands in influencing the winner. Are you American?
No, but who was the last real president then?
I have no idea, but before Biden was Trump, before Trump was Obama twice,
And then the
before that was
Bushes, and Clinton.
the Bushes, Clinton, yeah, and then before that Reagan. I don't know if you've followed the election, but they were counting votes in the wee hours of the morning when nobody was there watching, observing, right? And
And
I don't know if
they were
that's if there was the result of that, but I heard that they were all Biden votes, like 100% were Biden votes. There were just stacks and stacks of them coming in, and then they were putting newspaper up on the windows so nobody can observe during the day. Nobody can observe the vote during the day. So how is that not fraud? So go ahead. I was cutting you off. I wanted to get my point out. Go ahead.
Well, maybe they were putting the Trump votes up on the window.
Right. I wasn't there, so I couldn't say, but there were seemed to be Democratic influences, meaning the Democrats, meaning Biden, cheating on Biden's end. But like I said, I wasn't there. Do you believe that your voting system in your country is legit and not corrupted?
I think it's entirely, totally corrupted.
Yeah, there's too much money on the line. That's why I think it's corrupt. It has to do with dollars and cents. If your whole plan is based on a certain side winning, they're gonna lie, cheat, and steal. Period. Because they're men and men lie, and there's corruption. Anywhere there's power.
Have you heard of .com? The guy from Germany?
No.
Well, there was this very rich German guy that had an online store for music, and it basically was ripping off the music industry, but he's supposed to be protected by New Zealand law, but the American government stepped in and said, we're going to come and get him, and the New Zealand government said, oh, sweet as. So they sent a whole bunch of SWAT team from America over and raided his mansion and took all of his stuff. In the end, he ended up somehow, with lots of protests, he ended up staying, and then he got deported.
So you're saying they took it, they abused him? What are you saying?
Yeah, the New Zealand government just gave in and let the American government come in and do their shit instead of the New Zealand government dealing with it themselves. Just
Yeah.
let another government in and just deal with whatever they had to do.
Yeah, so that makes me think there's elites that are in power and they they get what they want, right? Because even a smaller, I won't say less important, but a less known, less powerful government should stand up to any government, regardless of their power or but you said they kind of buckled, huh?
New Zealand stood up to America once, and that's when America wanted to bring their nuclear-powered submarines here, and New Zealand said no. And they were like, no? And it was just not the answer that they were looking for.
But they didn't bring them after all?
Yeah, it's banned. You can't have any nuclear-powered vehicle coming to New Zealand.
You heard the conspiracy about nuclear conspiracy. You heard that, right?
Yeah.
That there's really no nuclear bombs. There's really no Chernobyl. It's all propaganda.
And nuclear is not dangerous at all.
Right.
Nuclear power station.
Yeah, it's just a matter of one thing they can do is promote gasoline and promote a dirty environment where toxins stifle technology and breakthroughs and new ways of doing things. If nuclear power is clean and non-dangerous, is that what you believe?
Yeah.
And not a nuclear bomb.
I think nuclear power is is probably safer than the standard form of electricity. The dangerous thing about electricity is it's around you all the time, so especially like dirty electricity. It's like that's why you don't put your head in your bed. You don't put your head next to a power socket, right? Because you're gonna get shitloads of dirty electricity flowing into you. It's not the source. It's the electricity, the dirty electricity that's leaking.
You know about dirty electricity?
Dirty electricity.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you turn off a power socket on your wall which isn't being used, like the dollar value in New Zealand, it was worked out 7 cents per day per switch that you turn off. So it's leaking electricity all the time.
I got one of these dirty energy sensors, and I turn it on. It does turn right around my computer on the side where the chip is, the computer chip, and it'll do it right on top of the Wi-Fi, but not it'll turn red around an electrical outlet, at least some outlets, not all. So it does work, but it's so minor. I don't know if it's
Yeah, I saw it. I saw a advert on TV years ago. They were trying to show the insulation R value of houses, and they were using the infrared technology to show people walking around in the home, and you can see the heat loss through the structure, etc. And then I saw another video of someone actually doing the same thing with a house that had been aired out all day with the doors open, and it showed all of the dirty electricity that was going through the place. It basically just illuminated all of the sockets and all of the wiring.
what did it have to do with the doors being open or closed?
Well, because like it was all about temperature. It was about how the house is insulated, and you can see the heat loss. Well, another team did it in the similar fashion, but they lowered the temperature in the house so it was equalized with outside, and you got the same result but more. They picked up all the dirty electricity going through the house, and then the Wi-Fi signals and the phone signals and everything in your house is you're just walking into a fucking blizzard of frequencies.
You think they're unhealthy? They can cause cancer over time.
You're swimming in it all day in your house. You're swimming in it. It doesn't matter what your house is made of. You're swimming in fucking dirty frequencies all the time.
And it behoove you to get a cabin in the woods next to a creek without not with natural power source.
Absolutely, that's the dream, right? Natural energy from the trees and from the river, from the ground itself, just totally earthed all the time. Throw away your Nike shoes. Throw those in the bin, man.
And this addiction to our cell phones all day, constant radiation, is not good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, back in the day, I got radiation sickness from an Alcatel phone that I took back in 2020. No, 2000 year 2000. And I talked on the phone for a hell of a long time, but I got like the worst radiation poisoning. It lasted a whole week. Like It was the worst pain. I can't describe it.
You don't use phones like that anymore.
Oh, that was like back in the day, year 2000. It was an Alcatel phone with one of those giant removable batteries. It was a real cheap phone. 1 hour, I think I might have talked for a whole hour.
Yeah, back in the 80s and 90s, or I guess in the 90s when the phones came out, cell phones, I would notice when I put my phone to my ear would hurt. And then when I would
Yeah,
hold it on my hand would hurt.
yeah,
And it still does it a little bit, but not as much.
yeah. And
So
I had a friend.
there's something going on. I'm sensitive to that. There's something going on.
I had a friend, 21 years old, died of cancer, testicle cancer on his left testicle, and we found out that he'd been carrying his mobile phone in his left back pocket, like
All the time.
all the time, and that's just how it happened.
That's I'd say a pretty good indication right there.
Yeah, and they say they've done all the tests on all this new stuff, but I think it might not be giving the same outcome, but it's probably worse. I don't know. I try to stay as far away from my phone as possible, but I've got it on me all the time as well at the same time. I'm 47, man. I grew up with no mobile phones were just like fantasy.
How old are you?
47?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit older than you, and I'm sure the first cell phones that came out were more toxic, and though they're less toxic now, we're using them more now for everything. It's like you can't get away from it.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's less toxic in the way that they used to be toxic, but maybe they're more potent now, but in a different way because they're using a totally different frequency than they used to use and different batteries, and it may be more subtle on from one angle, but on another angle, it might be doing something that's more sort of like subliminal. You know, they can run all the power, all the your phone line and everything through your electricity, right?
I don't
There's
know about that.
absolutely Yeah, there's absolutely no need. I was talking to my friend, he's an electrician. He said there's no need for them to run the fiber optic internet. There's no need for the copper phone lines. There's no need for any of that because you will get faster internet and clear phone lines if you just ran it all through your standard electrical wiring. Like the fiber, they say it's so super fast, but apparently if you just put it through your electrical wiring, it's going to be faster.
Oh, that's a conspiracy by itself then.
It is. It's going to be one because, like, it's uh, apparently my friend, he knows someone that's running his phone line through his power sockets, so he doesn't actually have a phone line. But they've gone through all sorts of training and they understand how fast electricity flows. It's fucking super fast. It's faster than fiber optic. It'd be good to get some stats on it and some more info. I'll have to look into it, but like I can actually totally believe that. I mean, just think about, the cable that they did from, where was it from? That one of the first undersea cables. It was just like standard electrical wiring, like to that standard. And they were complaining about, wasn't easy to send Morse code because there was a little bit of a delay or whatever. But it was from fucking, it was a long cable, man. It was fucking going from one country to another. You'd expect some delay. I can just imagine they could probably use that same cable if they had better software and hardware on the other end, the sender and the receiver. I don't think it was the cable's fault. I think it was the sender and the receiver, just the technology wasn't up to date.
Reminds me of the situation with cell towers and supposed satellites or satelloons communication.
Back in the tick. What were you saying about satelloons?
The conspiracy about the cover up about there being satellites and that and communication through satellites orbiting the Earth as opposed to going through cell towers or cell towers with boosted signals or satelloons, which are basically balloons in the sky, as opposed to communicating through interstellar orbiting satellites around the supposed globe. That's the discussion.
Yeah, because
GPS coordinates going through cell towers, not satellites.
because it bugs me a bit. Because, in New Zealand we have, I don't know if you have the same thing, the cable TV dishes. Are they like a grey dish with a little?
Yes. I have one on top of my apartment.
Right. So we call it Sky TV here.
Uh-huh.
I guess it's just a brand. It's still cable TV. It's amazing it's called cable TV and there's no fucking cable.
Yeah.
But they're all pointing in the same direction. Like you go around and they're all pointing in the same direction. But then you move to another, you drive to another suburb and you notice that they're all pointing in the same direction, but it's a different direction than the suburb next to it. And then you go to another suburb that's adjoining and you find the same thing. They're all pointing in the same direction, but it's not the original direction. So it doesn't make sense.
Every suburb, it points to a different location. Like maybe it's pointing to like the signal given off of a cell tower or a satellite. What do you think?
Yeah, it's kind of really doesn't make sense. Like the suburbs aren't that far apart. They should be pointing all at the same satellite.
So it's probably a local signal then. That would make more sense.
That's right.
And is it now? Do you think it's a cell tower? Or do you think it's a satellite in the air?
exactly. Like, what is it? It's not coming from something that's fucking orbiting the Earth too.
That comes from something that's 250 miles away or 500 miles away. That makes less sense. Makes more sense coming from a local cell tower, which is a few miles away.
Yeah, what's their claim on the ISS for never, not even once, showing us a satellite? Like,
Their claim is that the satellites are so spread apart they'll never meet. Even if it's just 10,000, which is around 10,000 up there or more, they're so spread apart and at different heights that they'll never connect. And some will. This is not proven, but some will claim that they have thrusters on them where they can. You see if a collision coming, they can thrust out of the way. That's the claim of the ISS. They say they have thrusters on it. So when they lose orbit every month or so, they lose like a few miles. They have to thrust back into the proper orbit. Otherwise, they would just fall to Earth. They've been telling us this about the ISS, which is to me a loadish horseshit. But
yeah.
hey, we have thrusters that we can thrust, back into the right orbit. When we lose the right orbit. Even though it has thrusters, fun fact: the ISS has never went over the South Pole, ever. And if it did, that might show us, it would be difficult to fake that. I think. Flat Earth cosmology says you can't go over the South Pole; it just goes on an endless spree of ice, or at least indefinite spree of ice. Go ahead.
You're probably old enough to remember those long distance radios that I used to have one, and I could tune into like local stations in England from New Zealand. This is back in the day before the internet. Like before the internet. And I could listen live radio stations in England.
So you're saying, okay, what from where to where? What's the distance?
New Zealand to England, man. It
That's
normally
pretty far.
takes a flight 27 hours to get to England because of all the stopovers. So I'm not sure the distance exactly. It's probably half the globe.
27 hours is a long time.
Yeah. That's a long way for a signal to go and still be crisp and clear. All that information going through that signal, going through the atmosphere, retaining all of that information in zeros and ones, or it's not even zeros and ones. I mean, because it's not digital. So what is it? How the fuck in a signal that's not digital, analog? I mean, you could break it down, but in reality, if it's going through a medium, that medium is transporting that information without any hindrance. I mean, you could blame a few things on the weather, but at the end of the day, every step that information takes, every millimeter that it takes, is retaining the entirety of that information, be it sound, vibration, or video. I mean, tell me that the medium that everything is flowing in doesn't have some type of ability to, how's it transferring all of this information? That is like,
You mean
blows
like a
my
radio,
mind.
like a radio signal?
Yeah, like anything, like sound, but especially you're watching a video on your phone using the phone's cell tower, and you're getting all of that information. I mean, back in the day before mobiles and the internet, I was listening to radio on the other side of the world. Now, what type of a medium is this that we're swimming in. It's definitely got to be. I'm leaning towards the ether
Oh, I see. Yeah.
being something way more than we realize. You know,
Well,
just those packets of information going through the cloud, going through this medium in whatever variety of frequencies that they desire to use.
well, if a lot of these transmissions, let's say from the cell phone, we can watch a movie or whatever, or talk on the phone. They don't work more than a few miles from the cell tower. But you were saying you contacted England from New Zealand, so that's more like a radio signal. So that's a much different signal, maybe much farther.
Yeah, it's long wave signal, but I was powering that unit on 4 what are those batteries called? They're super big. They're like, what's the next size after AAA, and then the next size after that. I think it's called a D cell battery.
What about a diesel battery?
Yeah, that's the power I was using in my radio. I was powering on 4 of those batteries, and I could pick up a signal on the other side of the world and bring it all the way back here. So, I mean, the world today, we're just swimming in signals, really. It would be amazing if someone could invent a device that you could just fucking shine around yourself and see all the frequencies that we're swimming in. If way back in the day when I was 18 years old, I was able to listen to England on the other side of the world, and all the devices that we use nowadays that are transmitting these signals. I mean, we're definitely swimming in a lake of fucked up, dirty frequency. They could put anything into the air now because you can't. Because there's no device that you can just shine around like a torch, like a flashlight, and see all of these frequencies. They could put anything into the air nowadays that they can send information to smother you, and you'd never know. You'd never be able to prove it.
Whether you how?
Eh?
You just send information to smother you. Smother you how?
Who knows what's it? I mean, frequencies, they're all invisible. So there
You
is
mean
a
like
technology.
bombard you with negative, with dirty energy to make you sick?
Yeah. And they could target you. They could point it to wherever they wanted to, I imagine.
Well, yeah, they have weapons like that. I know they have a distance, a range weapon that when you point at somebody, it makes their skin feel like it's on fire.
Makes you feel like you're burning. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
You see why they spray it at the group of people and the people go all crazy?
Crowd control.
Yeah, that's obviously sus, right? And like you're saying, they'll have things that are less obvious, right? That
Well, there's
can also work.
technology that I've heard of that they are able to focus whatever device it is on your house, and they can see your house. It's like X-ray vision, just because they are manipulating the Wi-Fi, which is you're drowning in, So they pointed at your house. If you've got Wi-Fi, then they'll just be able to see everything that you're doing in your house. Not as clear as day, but enough that they can see you walking around. They can see which room
You see,
you're
they
in.
can see you because of your Wi-Fi. They can see you better because of your Wi-Fi.
Well, that's the only reason that they're able to, because the Wi-Fi is on. So they're using the Wi-Fi as like a
Detector.
like as a medium that they can enables them to be able to get that image. Yeah. that's pretty scary if they can basically see
Have
what
you ever
everyone is doing.
where you live? Have you ever turned the Wi-Fi off before you go to sleep?
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard that, right? And I always had the Wi-Fi on, right? So I turned it off one day. I heard that, helps you sleep when you have it off. And man, that first night I turned it off, I didn't know where I was when I woke up. I was so peaceful, calm asleep. I was like, just gone. I just left the planet. I left the flat Earth. I've been seeing planets. And yeah, those waves interfere with your brain, man. You know. And so
It's
since
kind
then,
of
I always
hard.
turn off my Wi-Fi before I go to bed. I turn it off, and later in the
Yeah.
day, I'll turn it on when I need it. But I don't have it on constantly.
If you're in the countryside, you're all right. But like if you're in the suburbs or especially in the city, built up in apartments, I can pick up. Like I'm near to downtown city, but still in the suburbs. But I can pick up all of my neighbors' Wi-Fi signals. When I click on my Wi-Fi, I've got like 20 signals, and I'm not in an apartment. I'm in a house, and the neighbors, I could probably throw a stone and just get their houses, all of them, but I'm surrounded by them. If I can pick up their signal, turning my Wi-Fi off is going to help a little bit, but not a lot. And imagine what they're getting, the signals they're getting in an apartment building in a city with 1,000 people, all hard out. And then you've got the apartment next door and the one next door to that. Wow. And then the whole apartment is just like wired with dirty electricity swimming in it.
You can
And then
see
you've got
that.
all the what? Yeah, it would be good. That would be good to be able to have a device like that.
I just ordered
But
this one for $40 on the on Amazon. It's not that great, but I think it does. It doesn't help me that much because I can't really stop the fields. But it did show me that there's a dirty energy by my extension cord, and right on top of the Wi-Fi, and on top of my computer chip. If that
what do you think? Uh, what do you think about the Geiger counters in Japan with Fukushima? Do you know anything about that?
Well, I know that it doesn't mean it's deadly. That's for sure. It might be detecting nuclear power, but it doesn't mean that it's harmful to you. And that's a conspiracy, that it's harmful. So they could want to clear out, Chernobyl. They just put on the TV, hey, we just had a nuclear attack. Everybody leave, or you're going to be dead. And there's people that never left that are there now. That are fine. So go figure. I don't know what a Geiger counter is reading. I know I read something, but I think it's probably benign. By my guess. What do you think?
Yeah, like I don't know. Is it really that bad for you, or because I don't see anyone dropping dead from Fukushima, but doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I'll tell you what, though. That supposed nuclear bomb for Hiroshima, they had. I look back and they showed it to me as a kid. They had the most ridiculous
Models.
animated CGI video of the explosion.
It was just a model, eh?
It was a model. It was like a movie. And I saw that so many times. I've been indoctrinated to think that that's what happens when there's a nuclear bomb. But they're not actually showing me a real thing. They're showing me like a model, right? But I'm here thinking it's real. So I'm here thinking that nuclear bombs are real. And when we go to Russia, start fight with Russia. There's a chance they're going to kill the whole world. And there's a chance that we're going to be gone off the face of the planet.
Yep.
So that's fear mongering. If it was never a possibility ever. Now I do think they have big bombs. They have bombs. They have they have bombs that explode. But I don't think there's a nuclear fallout. I don't know about that. I heard there's a nuclear blast in Mexico, and one of the camera crews that was there filming the movie, they all got cancer. I heard that. But I don't know if that's true. I can't verify that.
Well, I think there's such a thing as dirty bombs. So chemical warfare, and you can get radiation from a TNT explosion.
Yeah, so you could get
but
radiation from a TNT explosion, but it's not the nuclear blast that they're threatening us with, is it?
Yeah, and also from that explosion, does that mean the radiation is? It might be a different type of radiation compared to like what we were getting off our mobile phones 20 years ago.
Yeah, you make a good point. It could be like a dirty energy long-term
There might,
effect.
yeah. I mean, where are all the people from Hiroshima? Well, it's like they're all handing out Geiger counters in Japan with Fukushima, and everyone's going around measuring their food, and just like before they buy it, they check it out to make sure it's not radiated, and like. It may have been measuring radiation, but is that radiation deadly?
Right, exactly. What are they really measuring? I don't know. It might be like the Wi-Fi signal, basically. I
And it's
know.
got like half-life of 1,000,000 trillion years.
I know that you can, your mind can make you sick. Like if you tell people, hey, this is radiation, you're gonna get cancer. You can eventually give yourself cancer, right? Power of the mind. I remember watching this movie Contagion with Gwyneth Paltrow, and I wanted to say not Brad Pitt, the other guy. What's his name? Matt Damon. And I was watching the movie Contagion, and this is about, I don't know, 6-7 years ago when it came out. It was on. I had it on CD. I was there with the wife, and I was getting into like the Contagion, and it's contagious, And after the movie, I was like, I noticed I was washing my hands. I was like, all like it got into my brain, So if you post to the world that there's a deadly virus, you have to wear a mask, you have to quarantine. There's a shortage of body bags. People are dying. A percentage of people, be it a small percentage, will make themselves sick, and if they already are sick, the next step would be to die. And so now you got a mental attack on the world, and let's say the supposed COVID deaths are 0.01, right? Well, that's your percentage of people that are affected by the nocebo attack, the placebo attack, the fear mongering they see on TV that made them so sick. There you go. There's your COVID virus. What do you think?
Yeah, I just posted a photo in the text. Have a look. Tell me what you see. I got it a little bit late. I was trying to get my camera working, and the face
It looks
changed.
like a garage, and I see clouds on top. Is that you?
Yeah, do you see the face in the cloud? I got it a little bit too late. It was like a looks like a Michelin man.
Oh, face in the
Changed it
clouds.
more.
You're
Yeah,
saying face in the clouds. Yeah, I see like a goblin.
yeah. Well, it looked like the Michelin man before, a real happy one.
I
I
see
was a
like
bit slow on.
I see like a demon in the clouds.
Yeah, yeah. It
That's a
changed
good
into
one.
a demon.
I always see faces in the clouds, but you got a good one here. Yeah.
You know
Are you
what time
walking?
it
Are
is?
you walking about?
No, I'm sitting in my car at 1:00 in the morning. No.
Are you in your car because you get a signal in your car and not in the house?
Nah, I'm just out here so I can smoke my smoke and drink my drink.
So you got people in the house that
Yeah, I don't smoke in the house, so I smoke outside anyway.
okay, so just chilling out in the car.
Yeah, and what do you think? What time is it? Yeah. Going by that photo.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Let me turn the TV down. Come again. The last thing you said. What was that?
What time do you think it is here? Just going by that
Oh, you're in
photo
New
that I saw.
Zealand.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Just going by the photo.
it's well, 4 o'clock in the morning.
1:00 in the morning, and that was taken with my phone. That photo at night because we've got a full moon, so it's pretty light tonight. But it was just as bright the other day when there was no moon at all. In fact, I thought it was even brighter. Yeah, light is a really strange thing. On some nights when there's no moon and you can see like everything and the fucking sun's on the other side of the world and it's bright as hell. And now we've got a moonlit night and it doesn't seem as bright as when there's no moon.
You're in the south hemisphere, New Zealand. That's more south than Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Way Antarctica, man. I can see the Southern Cross, the Orion's belt. The moon is probably, what's that, about 40 degrees north,
So
40 degrees.
how do you
Yeah, the
explain the
moon's
flat
at
Earth
about 40.
concept
How do you explain the flat Earth concept?
from where you are, right? Because isn't that a debate topic where how can the Earth be flat if you have a Southern Cross with no Southern Pole?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's I mean, if they can keep NASA going how it is now, just blatantly lying to the entire world, and everyone sucks it up and just lets the American government dish out the money every day. If that's possible to keep the lie going, even now as we speak, they're inventing new ideas to lie. Wouldn't it be really easy to just hide all the facts about the celestial pole at the Antarctica and those little things would be really easy to cover up, just looking at the dollar value compared to the dollar value that ass is getting right now.
Right,
I
it's a
mean,
cover up, how do we how do we explain it as a flat Earth explanation?
because we can't get to where we want to go to see if it's true and all the measurements that they're telling us, the distances, the
So
magnetic.
basically, you can't explain it scientific. You can't explain everything scientifically, is what you're saying, which is a fine answer. We don't know.
Because you can't check it out for yourself, and you're not rich enough to go against a company like NASA, and you can't go against your government because they're all in on it, and there's just all of those things that you just can't do because you just don't have the financial clout to be able to do it. And that's where they've got us, because we can't explain it because we don't know the full picture. But what we do know is that they're lying through their teeth every fucking angle that you look.
But do we have a Southern Cross that you can see in New Zealand and also in let's say, I don't know, Cape Town at the same time, or is it take different times to get around there?
Oh, I wouldn't know that. I mean,
Is there a Southern
ball-
Cross but not a Southern Pole? Is that what's happening down there? You know that much?
yeah, well, maybe there's about 1 million southern poles. I mean, if it is an ice wall that goes around, or if it's just a bigger area than we've been told. It could be an array of different explanations of the southern pole. I mean, they only go to one destination to go, hey, here's the southern pole. They don't go around the entire latitude of the parallel
Yeah,
belonging
there's a
to
foot.
Antarctica.
There's a foot that sticks out of the ice shelf. It's like it looks similar to like not the shelf by itself, but a foot that sticks out that you can land on. I think that's near where McMurdo Station is, and I think that's where the ceremonial South Pole is. I think that's where people go on the flat Earth. If you look at the ring, the ice shelf around the world, which cradles the world, there's a foot that comes out. It's like a stream of I don't want to say islands, but a stream of ice, and that might be the place they generally take you. But there's all this other ice shelf happening that I'm assuming nobody goes to.
Well, you just have to look at the path that any country takes to get to Antarctica, and you look at that on a globe, and it's always coming from one direction. It's not like they're following the latitude all the way around and going from every single point to get to different spots of Antarctica. Because on a globe you don't need to. You can just go from one point and then you just fly around. You just fly over Antarctica to get to the far side bases. So that's why there would only be one, magnetic South Pole, if that's what they claim, because they haven't shown us them entering Antarctica from all different points on that latitude. They're just all going from where they're going from, Argentina and New Zealand. That's about it, right? They don't leave from anywhere else. They leave from Argentina or New Zealand. That no one just flies from New York to Antarctica.
Right.
So
So we had to follow the path, is what you're saying.
well, that would be one way to hide the reality of, the pole. And I mean, so it's easy to show on a globe because there it is. But they haven't shown us them entering into Antarctica from all different areas.
Do you think it's roughly 67,000 miles around if you measure the shelf? The globe claims about 13,000 miles around the South Pole, but if it was a ring around the world, it'd be more like 67,000 miles around. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're only ever going from Argentina or New Zealand to get to Antarctica, so it's only from this really narrow, few longitudes span that they're entering. So that's why they can keep the idea up that it's a continent or a big island on the bottom of a globe.
Right, we can't verify that for ourselves.
Yeah, because they haven't taken off from, instead of Argentina or New Zealand, how about they spin the globe around and go from India or Africa straight to Antarctica? It doesn't happen. And it can't happen.
Like Cape Town should be close to Antarctica.
Yeah, but it's on the other, isn't it? Yeah, I'd like to check that out, to see if they are sending anyone to Antarctica from anywhere else besides these two locations. So that's all I knew. That's the only place. I thought, like the latest trips, wasn't it from Buzz Aldrin and who else went there? The other politician. Didn't they have to land in Argentina first?
I don't know, but I know that a flight pass, let's say from South America to I want to say maybe Australia, at least to Perth, should go right over the South Pole. Be the closest, quickest route. They don't go over the landmass. They go to the water. So where are they really going? Not the shortest distance.
And then we have a lot of conspiracy theorists saying, "Oh, the way that they're traveling is because of the jet streams. They're just catching the jet streams, and that's how they're able to do it really fast." Blah blah blah. But I don't know. There was a really interesting.
So here's my theory on the flight paths, right? Yes. You can go different speeds. For example, a commercial plane can go 400 miles an hour or 600 miles an hour. Correct?
Yeah.
So there's your flight times right there at different speeds, right? Next, consider that when these ships are flying, these planes are flying, the pilot doesn't joyride. They have to follow a given path that's given to them. They're not like in a lift going around, in an Uber going around like a taxi, like going from where they know how to go. They're ordered to follow a direct path in the sky, which means that you don't know if that's the closest path. They could be taking you on a detour, right? They could have you on a detour for 10 hours or 5 hours, thinking you're going to the closest path, but you're not, and then that's only to prove the other location, which is a few hours more or a few hours less, which disproves the flat Earth. Because if it takes you 10 hours to go to A to B, how can it take you 8 hours or 12 hours to go from B to C if on the flat Earth they're so far apart? So if you're following what I call a path that's out of the way, normally you can't prove that. You can't use that to prove a direct flight, even on the flat Earth, because that path that you're measuring from is elongated. So when you consider that they control the path you go, and they control the speed you go, you can basically get anywhere around the flat Earth or globe, but you can't tell one or the other. That's my point. And you can't disprove a flight path because you don't know, like I said, the speed or the path they're taking. That make sense?
Yeah, well, it reminds me of the Baby Truther show the other day. Did you catch that?
Darrenism?
Yeah, but the Baby Truther show, yeah. And
No, what did he say?
They had a couple of guests on that. These two guests are stirring up the community and they're saying stuff and blah blah blah. They still let them on the show, and they were on the show to explain their model of the flat Earth. And that model just blew my mind, man, because like the way it looked is you have the standard map of the world, right? But so if you're going you start at India on the right of the map, and you keep flying to the left across the continents, and you end back up in India again. But it's a flat map, not on a. You're not going around a globe. You're going. It's kind of like the Pac-Man theory, but not. It's not that ridiculous. It's more like the sun and the moon are going through gates, and that's what happens to us as well when we travel in a linear path. We just come across the same thing again. It was interesting. I don't know. It's a good watch. The only problem is, yeah, on the show. I don't know if you ever watched the Baby Truther show at all.
Yeah, I have.
They kind of, but there were. I mean, it'd be good to watch a sanitary version of their explanation without it actually being on that show, because they were really getting attacked quite a lot for their ideas.
But this Pac-Man theory, can't you just go on the so the Pac-Man theory would disprove the flat Earth, right?
So rather than the shape of the Earth being a disc
Uh,
with the North Pole in the middle, and rather than it being a globe with bendy water,
uh,
so it's still a flat Earth, but it's more like a film strip.
oh shit! So it's like some metaphysical things happening.
So it's like a never-ending film strip, and you just go from one end to the other.
It's like
You
some
come across the
metaphysical things happening, like like bending the laws of science.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, in the Bible it says we cannot measure the Earth. It says that. You know, it says who can measure? You know,
Because
the
it
Earth.
goes, if their theory is correct, it just goes on forever. It's a never-ending loop. It's a fractal. It just goes on and on forever.
Holy shit!
Repeats.
That is crazy. And one way to explain that is a globe, right?
Exactly, but
But if it's flat,
their
then
theory matched the globe perfectly. Like their model matched the globe explanations perfectly. But
okay.
it also explained the flat Earth as well.
Now let me tell you this. This is suspect because you know how they have disinformation agents that will make you try to corral people to the side, but then
Yeah.
only to diminish them by, like, the QAnon conspiracy, right? You know QAnon?
Yeah, I know all about
They
that.
throw
Yeah.
bits of they throw bits of truth in there, like adrenochrome and child pornography rings, child porn rings, right? Which we think are
Yeah.
going on, right? But then
Yeah.
they'll say like, oh, we arrested Clinton in Guantanamo, and arrested Tom Hanks in Guantanamo. But then that doesn't really happen. So it's like it's truth mixed in with lies to take you off the trail, to make you look stupid at the end. Is that right or no?
Yeah. It's what they call diversion. Yeah, what they call
Yes.
putting
Diversion.
you off the scent.
Yes. So in essence, it's trickery, right?
Yeah, you're like, we're hunting dogs, right? But if they if they could, you can easily trick a hunting dog.
Right. Give him the wrong scent, right?
Yeah.
And then he'll think he's hunting. He's going out hunting. And this is the globe logic, you know. Hey, we have a formulae. We have a mathematical, scientific, proven experiment, you know.
Yeah.
But they're not. What they're not telling you is that doesn't mean that the thing is that you're looking at the right thing. You know,
Mm.
it could be a corrupted experiment designed to take you off the trail. So this QAnon thing, I think, it's interesting because it has a lot of people that rally to their cause, but is it really truth at the end, or is it just another lie?
Well, I used to watch what's that channel called? There's an old guy that sits in his kitchen and he was all about QAnon. He was all about Trump. What was his name?
Alex Jones,
No, Flat Earther.
Big Flat Earther.
Eh?
Is it a well-known flat earther, like Mark Sargent, like that?
He's been around since the beginning. Just try to remember his name. I've got him on my subscriptions.
Is he still alive?
Yeah,
You know,
he's like
you know,
an old bodybuilder, an
several flat
old
earthers have
bodybuilder.
died, right?
Yeah.
Do you mean I'm gonna say D? Is his name D? Is it D? The guy that gets all triggered and starts screaming. Got his
No.
YouTube shut down.
Oh my God, what's his name? No, what does he talk? He talks about Trump. He used to be a meteorologist.
I don't know that person.
Wake the Republic, his new channel.
Wake the Republic.
Yeah, his new channel's called Wake the Republic.
So what was he going on about?
Yeah, we were talking about what we were talking about. He was a big QAnon. He was he had a lot of followers because he was saying what's going to happen next, and all the updates and the lights going off in the White House, and
But
you
they
know
weren't
what?
really. But they weren't really
All the,
anything verifiable, right? It was just kind of like a bad
yeah,
conspiracy
yes,
show, right?
exactly. It's like all the white hats and the secret behind the scenes, the army's all in on it. They're going to come and save us.
And
All
then
of that.
they would say shit like, "Oh, Trump said this word, and that is a code for."
Yeah, and then
It's to the point where it was insane.
and there's this other channel. Oh, I forgot what she's called. She's from England and she lived near some like ancient site or whatever. Can't remember her name. She used to be around when Martin Lee was first starting, but she came out saying that like all the Trump videos, all the videos that they see on the news, they all have these like embossed messages in the videos and stuff, and then you can see the masks and the blue screen technology and chroma key and all of these. It's like everything is not real or coded. She was a freaky woman to listen to. She was quite scary.
What do you think about this adrenochrome thing? Are they really killing babies?
Yeah. Well, every day outside the Chinese consulate here in Auckland, we have the Chinese doing Falun Gong protesting, and they're holding up banners of citizens that have been, tormented and damaged or whatever, killed, organ harvesting and all of this type of stuff. I don't know. I mean, I've been to China. I lived there for 7 years. It didn't really come to my mind that they would be the type of people to do all of that sort of stuff. Not really. So it's hard to say what's propaganda, what's not. Like the deal with Taiwan at the moment. That's been going on for a long time.
Can you hear my computer game?
Nope.
Okay, just wondering.
Okay. You playing chess?
I'm playing a shoot 'em up game. I thought I played a song. Let me see. Who's in here? Is it just us?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I play a song, if you can hear it. Let me see. I thought I was playing a song through my speakers. Let's see. Let's see if I can play this. Can you hear this?
Nope.
Okay,
I
so
hear
I need
silence.
special permissions then or I need to do something special to play a song, music through my Discord. Not sure how to do that.
Yeah, what's it called? Music bot?
Is that all
I think
need?
Geo was talking about it earlier. It's called Music Bot.
You need that then to play songs through Discord, Music Bot, or something similar to that. Is this you that? Oh, Lightwater posted a video with clouds, picture with clouds.
Yeah.
You see that? It's like a suburb.
Yeah, with what are those? Is that just like in the middle of the road, or
Yeah,
what's that
looks like
about?
the picture. I don't know I don't know what he's showing, but it looks like a nice area.
Yeah. But they must be all really poor because they don't have garaging for their cars.
Right.
Yeah. It's like they have to park their cars outside, man.
Is the wealth in New Zealand higher than other countries?
Well, not everyone's got a garage in their house, a lot of people. But most houses, I mean, everyone's got their own car, so I mean, that goes to show something about our way of living. I mean, you go to somewhere like South Africa and not everybody's got a car, but here everybody's got a car, and a lot of people have got 2 or 3 cars. And that's why we park our cars on the road as well, because there's not enough room, in our two car garage for 5 cars.
Yeah, that might be it. They have a 2-car garage, a 3-car garage for 5 cars.
So you can pretty much tell who's got the good lifestyle by how many people in the country own a car per capita.
That's one way. Yeah.
I mean, if everyone's got the freedom to put petrol in their car and go for a drive, that's really convenient, right? Cars are cheap here, very cheap.
How cheap are they?
Well, you can buy a car for a good working car. The basic one you could buy for $1,000.
Really?
Yeah,
What
just
what
a
what
nice
money? What money do you use in New Zealand?
New Zealand dollars.
Are they dollars like U.S. dollars?
I don't know what the exchange rate is. Like one New Zealand dollar probably buys, I don't know what the exchange rate is. Is it 70 cents or something like that? US dollars, and then at probably 80 cents Australian dollars. So we're a
Okay.
little bit undervalued, but most Americans are able to afford to, run very big engine vehicles, when in New Zealand most people have small engines.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2 liter and under, and then you do get a lot of 3 liter SUVs, and then you get the sports cars and all the rest of them on the top echelon, but the majority of people are driving 2 liter engines or less. And I'd say in the United States, most people are driving 4 liter engines.
Yeah, the bigger cars, bigger engines, we like more horsepower.
And how much is it per gallon? 3 liters? $3?
What's that?
What's the price per gallon for petrol? For gas?
Gas is between $4 and $5.
For a gallon. So
And I say between
under
$4 and $5 because there's the discount gas where the cheaper gas where you can go to the more busy stations. Then there's the expensive gas where you go to because it's convenient, and those ones are $5, and there's no lines there, but there's lines on the ones that are $4. So I just say between $4 and $5 because you can put whatever price you want. If you have a gas station, you can put in Beverly Hills and charge $5.50 a gallon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I can drive from where I am, where the petrol is $2.30 for 1 liter, and that's for the cheap petrol. And then I can drive to the other side of town and get it for $1.80.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing here. So it's between $4 and $5 for a gallon.
But you've got it good. You're only paying $4 for a gallon. We're paying $2.30 for a liter.
And how many liters are in a gallon?
Was it nearly 4 point something?
Well, gas has always been more expensive in Australia, so New Zealand should be. And how much do you pay for a nice steak? Like a nice steak, the one that is a little more expensive that you can have for dinner. How much is a nice steak now in New Zealand?
You mean one you cook yourself? You just a raw piece of meat, or are you talking about going to a
You go to the store, a nice, not a cheap one, a nice cut, not filet mignon,
okay?
but like a nice ribeye or a nice New York steak. How much is that? You can bring it home to cook.
Well,
How much is that for a nice size?
if you're going for a specialized cut, then you need to go to a butcher. That's going to be premium price, or you could go to the supermarket, and that's going to be the next level down, and then you can go to the Chinese supermarkets.
Regular
Chinese
supermarket.
ones. But if you want to get a steak, you can get one from the supermarket, and it's probably for a decent beef steak about $30 a kilo, $35 a kilo.
Okay, a kilo is 2.5 pounds.
Yeah, 2 pounds.
That's more though than the average size steak, though, right?
Yeah, because we just go by kilo for everything, go by weight. So obviously, it's not a price
So
for us.
I'm not going by the per pound. I'm going by
So if
the
you just
actual cost of a standard size dinner. And for us,
well
it's about now it's about $15. Now it's around
for a
$15.
for a
It's,
1 pound steak,
it's probably not. It's probably maybe 3/4 of a pound.
3/4 of a
Because of
pound.
oh no. You're right. About a pound. Yeah. So about 15. Let's say $16 for like a New York steak or a nice ribeye or a
Yeah,
pound.
same. It's the same amount here, but then that's going to be cheaper for you. So yeah, it's more expensive here. Yep.
Yeah, and
By
the same thing with Australia. They tend to be more expensive for the steaks and for the gas, and it's because you're like on an island, right?
yeah, well, we've got 44 million sheep here and only 5 million people.
Okay.
And we've got shitloads of cattle. But we export just about everything, so our prices are so high. We export we export milk to China, dairy food, cheese, all of our meat, everything is exported, so our prices are so high. Because the people don't want to sell it locally when they can get way more money exporting it. Yeah, it's just like we export all of the coal that we make. We're against pollution, but we just let them have the coal so they can make the pollution instead. And we used to have a refinery here for petroleum, but now we have to import all of our own. We have to import all of our fuel and our oil when we have total ability to just make it ourselves. That's the trade agreements trick that they've pulled over our eyes, all these trade agreements, and they just stop you from being self-sufficient. Because when you have an open trade agreement, especially with China, you want to give them you can never supply China with a country of only 5 million people. You could never supply the whole of China. So all of your produce is going one direction, out. And then because it's a free trade agreement, of course, if all your natural resources and all of your self-sufficiency is going abroad, you're sort of locked into this one-way stream and reliant on the big boss boys in China.
Right.
If we just said, okay, no more export, I mean, the country would probably die. But returning to self-sufficiency is the ultimate way.
They're a bit of a
I guess
skill for most people to return to self-sufficiency.
I like that photo. Who sent that photo? Was that White's word? Who sent the one of the clouds?
Water.
I think he's trying to compete with my face in the clouds, the one that I sent, because his one looks like a teddy bear.
What do I call you? Foolish decisions. What do I call you?
How foolish is one?
You're a global, right?
I'm a flat Earth skeptic.
Okay, which means.
I'm skeptical about the claims that the Earth is flat.
But you believe in the globe, or
No, I'm a flat Earth skeptic.
So you don't believe in a spinning space ball?
That's immaterial to my flat Earth skepticism.
Okay, I'm not attacking you. I'm just wondering.
Oh no, I know that. Trust me.
I remember we
No,
went on a
I
few
just
rounds.
think that we've gone from people being flat earthers and globers to people being globe skeptics. So I've decided to adopt a position of a flat earth skeptic. I'm skeptical about the earth is flat unless someone provides me compelling evidence to say that it is.
Well, do you believe in the Bible?
No. Well, I mean, when you say believe in the Bible, I recognize there are historical facts in the Bible, but do I believe in the sort of Christian or Abrahamic narrative? No. It's a force for evil.
Okay. There was a I mean, I'm going by what Basil's telling me. There was a little truther show, but with Jaren, and there were some guys that came on there and talked about. I guess they were from the flat Earth side, and they were, I guess, they're pilots that flew from India, and they claimed that the flat plane is a continual strip, like a Pac-Man game.
Why would you believe that?
It's just interesting. I just heard that right now. Not saying I
Yeah, I
believe it,
mean,
but this is just
yeah.
I just so that's
I'm interested in what people
it's
believe in
one
rather than what
it's
they
well
I'm
see,
interested.
so you're a sciencey guy, so that there's a chance, right, that the reality is not what we think. There's some kind of beyond our science comprehension, and that would
Well,
be one explanation. So
I think, me picking up this tin off the table and saying I can feel its solidity, its metalness, its coolness because it's a metal, and therefore it's, able to get rid of the heat that's in it quite quickly. These things I would take as certitude in the case of the world. There are things where, we're kind of trusting on others or the work that other people have done. So I can kind of grant you that much. But I think when you say that anything is possible, I mean, you can say that, but that tin on my table is a tin on my table, and it's not really possible in the rules as we understand it for it not to be the tin on the table.
right. You're a down to earth kind of guy.
Well, I'm a theist, but I'm also an evidentialist, and if we're going to talk about the tin on my table,
How about prayer?
that,
How about prayer and miracles?
yeah, I mean that's different. That's in the world of the supernatural, which isn't in the purveyance of evidential. We
But
look
if
at,
that's happening, then that can apply to other things too.
well, yeah, I mean you can then say that's an excuse for anything.
Yeah.
Why do English people drink tea? Well, because God told them to. So what? That's trivially could be true, but there's no way you can actually demonstrate the fact of the matter.
That's part of the point. The spiritual can't be falsified.
Yeah,
because it's by a scientific experiment. Because it's spiritual.
yeah, because it's outside the bounds of science. It's not something because you can't touch it, taste it, measure it, repeat it.
So now I propose that there's a film strip that's in a loop, and you're just going through the strip and just going around a loop, and that's the.
Well, is that a
flat plane.
natural explanation or a supernatural explanation?
It would be supernatural according to science, because we have not figured that out if it was true.
Oh no, it's not
How do you?
whether we can
There's no
figure
way
it
you can
out or
verify it.
not.
No way you can verify it.
Yeah, it's not whether you can figure it out or not. It's whether whether it's testable and detectable.
Right.
That's the problem. That's the problem when you get to the supernatural. By its definition, it's not detectable. And if we can't detect it, what can
But
we
what
say
if it's a
about it
conspiracy
apart
and
from?
what if it's a conspiracy and they're covering it up and they're not letting us fly the planes in that area to detect it? Then what do we do?
Well, first you'd have to define the area. Then you'd have to show the fact that we're not allowed to fly the planes there. So you got a whole set of causal kind of things that you can chain onto that to give some potentiality to what really is just something that, you know, someone's pulled out of thin air.
Right, so we'd have to get some independent pilots, and they have to go around testing without being interrupted.
No, it's not even that. It's just to show that there's these restrictions in this particular area, and you've got evidence that this is why. At the moment, it's a bit like me saying, well, the tin on my table is butter under Mellop's non-time organon. Made absolutely no sense. Some of the words were in English and some I just made up. But that's
You know
the level
about
of strength of your argument, though, isn't it, Godric?
yeah. You're saying you should be able to debunk it, right?
No,
Or do you
there's nothing. There's nothing to debunk. That's the problem.
do you think that, like, you know how you look at Google Earth and you can see the ocean, and then you
I'll
keep
be right
zooming
back.
in, and you still see the ocean, but then you zoom in again, and it's like this overlay of and it's supposed to be what it looks like on the bottom of the ocean, like the seabed, and you can see all the, you know, all the shapes and the valleys and the contour, but then they allow you to see a few spots, and if you zoom in on those spots which are still you know, clear, you can see land. And it seems like, I mean, what would be the point of Google Earth to be like showing you a few spots in the ocean very clear and with names, with like what do you call it, coordinates, places you could go to if you wanted to, volcanoes and stuff, but then all around it is just overlaid with the so-called imagery of the seabed. I mean, why don't they just show us everything? They're hiding something.
Are they?
Yeah, it's only like a 4-minute video from the channel Laura. Have you heard of her? Really cute girl, cute flat earther. Her name's Laura, and the channel's Laura. And she just did one today, I think, a short video with showing Google Earth how there's like this chain of volcanoes. They're just able to be viewed on Google Earth, but everything surrounding it is just the seabed. So you don't see anything else. You know what I mean?
But maybe that's the parts of the ocean that they've got access to the data for. Because we have
No, it's like,
mapped. I mean, in you know, in broad strokes, you know, because again, when you're talking about mapping, you're talking about kind of your scale of accuracy.
yeah, this is like a chain of volcanoes in the string of pearls kind of thing, spread out sort of evenly. I think 7 volcanoes, and they're all is only the area like directly around the volcanoes themselves that have crystal clear like photography that you can zoom in on, aerial photography, and you can see the waves, you can see everything, the trees, but outside of that tiny little circle that they show you, and a few of them in love hearts, you just see the grayed out like seabed. I mean, how could that be possible? I mean, if they're doing ribbons of imagery or they're doing aerial photography, I mean, how could you define those chain of islands? So you'd have to watch it. It's like 4 minutes long. The channel Laura.
Yeah. I haven't seen Laura's video, obviously, but I mean, for me, it would be, well, that's more of an area of interest than generally the broad ocean is, which is, you know, fairly featureless. So that's probably why they have more detail, because, you know, all that detail takes space, and then you've got to replicate that by the number of people requesting that amount of data. So, yeah.
I don't know. I thought
You
with
know,
the
I mean,
aerial,
I'd
They
much
should have
prefer to go
the entire
to
globe.
I'd much prefer to go to good geoid mapping, WSG54 or whatever it is. That's much better, or actual to navigational maps which have been taken with soundings. So if you look around the UK, the maps for the sea around the UK are incredibly detailed.
Yeah.
Town I grew up in, actually releases a new map about every other year for the sea off the harbour, because the channels change quite a lot, because there's a lot of tidal flow. It's what's got a very long tidal reach. So, you get stuff like that going on. So, yeah, I can see where they want more detail, where they want less. I don't see that as a conspiracy in itself, but it lacks depth, if you'll pardon the pun.
Yeah, you would have thought with all the imagery, even if they just did ribbons of imagery, because they're supposed to be taking these photos from high altitude planes or even satellites, right? So even if they had outdated photos, like they could still leave the outdated photos of the ocean on there. It wouldn't take up too much more memory for Google Earth to be able to do that, to retain those
I don't know,
images.
would it? Would it
Yeah,
not take
and
that
then just
much amount? Because let's say we're doing 1 meg increase, and now we've got the entry and exit point from the data centers run by Google for Google Earth, which has a cost. And now all of a sudden, I'm providing that extra 1 meg to 1 billion people.
yeah, but once they've got it, they've got it. It's like taking a photo.
No, you don't
It's not
understand
using
about data transfer.
no. It's just like showing an image on a software. It's like once you've got the image on there, it's on there. And even if it's outdated, it doesn't matter.
What?
They've obviously. I thought they'd mapped the entire globe. That's what the news was. So if they've done that and they've mapped the entire globe with imagery, then that imagery is there. It belongs to
What
Google.
scale though?
Well, it's all been done to the same level, but of
No,
course
it
they're
hasn't.
updating, like where you live, they're updating the imagery all the time because of the reasons
Where
that you
where
gave.
I live, the detail is much greater than an awful lot of other places on Google Earth. Because where I live is, a very
Yeah.
populated country with lots of infrastructure that they've been up and down, so they've mapped it at the street level as well as at the aerial level. So
Oh
there's
yeah.
way more data. So you can't say that they've got the same scale everywhere. No, most of the time
Well,
it's a
I
pretty
remember
rough kind of scale.
it wasn't
Um,
long ago that I remember Google saying they've mapped the entire Earth
yeah,
with images, and for them to get that information and to put it onto the software of Google Earth, they only need to do it once, and then it's there. It's not using more.
you don't
more.
understand much about serving applications from data centers, do you? Be honest.
It's software, isn't it? It's an app.
Be honest. You don't understand this topic that you're trying to bring up, now, do you?
Well, it does seem suspicious if you just look at it from a total layman's point of view. Is that why are they showing? Why are they even bothering to show those islands, those volcanoes, which are absolutely tiny
Go and
little
ask them.
islands that no one
That'd
would
be the best
ever
way.
go to?
Go and ask them.
Hey?
Go and ask them. Have you sent
That's
them an email? Have you made any inquiries about why they do this?
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah. The reason I
Call
put
them.
it that way, Basil, is I spend my life securing data centers and large IT infrastructure.
Yeah, I know. And
Yeah.
I'd give them a phone call, and I wonder how many secretaries I have to go through to get to.
Why don't you send them an email, and then you've got an actual audit trail that you can then produce showing what you've discovered. If you have a telephone conversation, it disappears into the ether. There's nothing there for you to fall back on.
If I was more intellectual, like in the way of that guy, you must have remembered the phone call that he made. What was his name? He made to like a NASA like a degenerate.
Yeah, I know you mean.
Yeah, you heard that interview?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that anybody took that seriously is if it's what I'm thinking of is totally amazing. Yeah, you can ask sort of like these rabbit hole leading questions, and we've all been in this debate a while, so we can drop most of those answers down pat, and it sounds really smooth. Why this, why that, why tell them, what evidence do you have for this? And where most people, just lay people, are not really going to be part of that conversation.
So that was the conversation that he was inquiring about the Hubble telescope. And if he was ever, that guy that had been working there for 25 years, never actually had first-hand, like, interaction with the telescope, ever.
What do you mean by first-hand?
Like, he was never able to have, like, because apparently the technology is there where you can just go to a viewfinder screen and actually see live, well, with a time delay, what Hubble is doing.
Mm.
And he'd never been able to have any verification of that whatsoever. It was all.
So what do you mean by first hand? I've got to be able to touch it?
Being able to view it and to verify that you are seeing something that is live as it happens without it being.
I used to work for the oil industry. And one of my jobs was going out onto oil rigs and sorting out telemetry data and doing satellite hookups. So I've communicated directly with satellites. I've done it in real time. There's a couple of standards that we use, which is RFC 1514, RFC 1509, which is the host resource MIB and network time protocol, which is how we synchronize up timestamps between different devices in different places. And what it tells me is how long it took the signal to get there, how long it took the signal to be processed, how long it took the signal to be forwarded on to the data center, and how long that return trip took. And from that, I can work out how far away something is.
What type of dishes were you doing? Was that for satellite TV?
No, this is for data. So they've got a particular name, and they're a pointy type of directional aerial with a long stem on it, and a lot of wiggly bits on that stem, which then goes back to kind of like a concentrator, which is a bit like your dish bit, but it's not 360 degrees.
Right, like a skinny cell tower. So like in New Zealand, like
cell towers are broadcasting in 360 degrees.
How does it? I don't know. How do the satellites work? Because like you must know about that. Like if I go from my suburb and I notice all the Sky TV dishes pointing in one direction, and I drive to the next suburb and the next and then the next, and every time I go from suburb to suburb, the satellite dishes are pointing in the same direction in each suburb, but they're pointing in a different direction from the original. So they're not all pointing at the same.
All of the sort of your Sky TV satellites will be pointing towards the equator.
Well, these ones, this is the thing. I drive from my suburb and I drive 5 suburbs. Each suburb, pretty much in general, is so like one's pointing north. I go to the next one. They're not pointing north. They're pointing in a different direction, and they keep changing each suburb. So, is it that they have a whole bunch of satellites that they're
all
trying
satellites
to
for communication with things like sort of your Sky Telly? You're going to be pointing towards the equator. and it's the only thing that's going to change is your angle of declination, which is based on your latitude.
Well, these are pointing different ways, like not north.
I don't know. I mean, I think you need to get some evidence of that, because that's certainly when I travel around the UK, they're all pointing towards the equator, every one of them. And I've got a mate, Carlos, who used to set them up. He's one of the guys on Jose's old channel, and he went into lots of detail about how he set up that. No, I mean, for what I was doing was, again, a geostationary communications satellite. That was towards the equator in geostationary orbit, and we get a handshake which tells me that I'm hooked up to the right satellite. Then I put my credentials in, then I can start transmitting data. But what I'm looking at is the what we call the metadata, or the telemetry of that information. So I know what I've sent, I know when I've sent it, I know when it's been received, and I know when it's come back, and I know how long it's took to process it at each point. And that to me is really, really compelling. I'm using a directional aerial that's shooting above the horizon, and I know the object I'm talking to is about 30,000 kilometers away, give or take 10%.
I've noticed some.
So for me, would that be first hand?
I've noticed some sky dishes pointing south. I could probably take a video. I could probably go down the road and take a video in the daytime of a whole bunch of houses, and I can show you that some are pointing north and some are pointing south.
Yeah, and then we can go and look for a reason why.
Yeah.
But would it matter if they gave you a reason and said, "Oh, some of these satellites are not geo on a geostationary orbit. They're doing this type of orbit, and that's why you're picking up different ones." As far as I know, all satellite television is from geostationary satellites, but I could be wrong on that. And I'm just talking about the show done. I don't even have satellite TV here.
Or maybe they're not coming from satellites and it's just all ground based.
Well, again, you'd need to have something demonstrable and evidential to do that, because I would expect that I could pick up the signals.
I was talking to Godric earlier on when I was 18 years old. Now I'm 47. And I used to have a long wave radio, and I could listen to radio stations from England.
Yeah. You know why?
Well, it's a fucking long way. I'd like to know why.
Sure. It's because long wave, because different frequencies go through the atmosphere in different ways, and you have what's called convergence layers in the atmosphere, which some signals will go through, depending on the frequency. So higher frequencies tend to go through, longer frequencies, because of the wavelength, tend to bounce. And that's one of the things that long wave does. That's a property we've discovered of it.
Don't you find it interesting how all of that information is retained in that signal, and it moves along that signal, and it propagates through the ether, and it ends up in the destination crisp and clean?
Well, not really crisp and clean. It arrives with an awful lot of shit that we then use things like digital audio converters to then smooth it out and make it sound better. There's a lot of post-processing that goes on. If you listen to an old-fashioned analog radio, there were lots of hisses and pops and burrs that you were getting from the signal, because we're not smoothing it out the way. That's one of the reasons why we went from analog TV and radio to digital TV and radio, because it's much easier to process those signals.
And I was talking to Godric earlier on that I was talking to an electrician friend of mine, and he's the guy with the extremely long carpet and the memory foam flooring in his house. Well, he also told me that you can put the phone line and the internet all through your power lines in your house.
Yeah, we do that here a lot. You need pretty good wiring to do that.
You need good wiring, but you don't need fiber optic cable, and apparently the internet speed is just as good.
No. So what you tend to find is that there's a difference. So let's go. So wireless is generally slower than copper. Yeah, so that's your first thing. So going copper to copper, which is what Ethernet cables are made of, it's what the electrical cabling in your house is made of, is fine. Yeah, so that'll be generally a bit quicker than wireless. Optical cable has more bandwidth than copper cable. So you can send more signals down an optical cable than you can a copper cable.
Well, you have the alt of your Wi-Fi going into your house, the fiber optic cable coming in, and it comes to an alt, and then it goes from there. You're using a copper cable plugging into that thing.
Generally, yeah,
then
you
it's
use a coaxial cable. You don't really have fiber directly to your router, no. But the idea again is it's not for you to have. It's not the advantage for you to have that fiber optic cable. The advantage is for the telecommunications company because they can send a lot more shit down that cable than they could a piece of copper. So that's about servicing lots of people. And what you tend to find is the fiber will either go up to your local junction box, or if you're very lucky, will come to the junction box on your house. And then you're going copper from there. Generally from that port in the wall to your router is some form of coax or some form of RJ.
My electrician friend was saying, electricity is heating, right? And
No.
you can feel the cables that are not icy cold. They retain a little bit of warmth.
Electricity resistance in your medium is what causes heat, not the electricity itself. So it's the resistance to the flow of current.
Yeah, so his idea to me was that the information that you're getting, all your internet and everything from the fiber optic cables, can be transferred through your power cables just as fast.
No,
because it's a different frequency.
No, you have, as I say, the thing is, the simple way to think about it is it's the difference between having a train with one carriage and having a train with 1,000 carriages on it. Yeah, the train with 1,000 carriages can move at the same speed as the train with one carriage in this thought experiment. The major difference is the train with 1,000 carriages can carry a lot more people or a lot more data. That's kind of your difference between copper and fiber. That's why we use fiber. This is his fundamental lack of understanding of what we call the OSI decode chart and how it actually works and how things actually communicate to each other and the methodologies we need for it. The other thing is fiber tends to last a lot longer than copper cabling. So once you got it in, it kind of just fucking works. Where copper cabling will be eroded, and can be degraded pretty quickly, especially at the connectors. So that's why you tend to punch in all the way through with fiber and then copper out, and that's off a different board.
So fiber is the short word for fiber optic, right? So it's an optical, it's light, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're moving light, whereas electricity is not actually flowing. Like light is supposed to be moving. Like actually, like each particle, one particle at the beginning will eventually end up at the end of where its destination. But with electricity, it's not actually flowing as a current from.
You understand what electron flow is?
Yeah, but it doesn't actually move. It oscillates, and it sort of acts like a wave, and it pushes it bumps the next one, the next.
Yep.
It's not actually.
That's reasonably accurate. I don't mind that. But yeah, so I mean, it doesn't make any difference whether you're sending an optical signal or whether you're sending a signal over cable. We're just using that change in frequency to represent that signal because that's kind of how you send a signal through. As I say, the main advantage of fiber optic is it doesn't really degrade because it's made of silicon, so it lasts a very, very long time. And it gives us pretty much unlimited amounts of bandwidth to put information down that cable, which you don't have with copper.
Well, can you run electricity through fiber optics?
No.
But you can run the internet through electricity.
Badly.
Yeah, well, what if you had the know-how and the technology to develop a way to move all that information through copper cables on a different bandwidth?
If we
through
could get the same resilience, the same amount of bandwidth and everything else, then we probably would go copper. But we don't, because we don't have that.
Where do you think we got the technology for fiber optics from?
The British.
Is that from the CD industry?
No, the British. That way predates the CDs.
And the gyroscope.
People have been noticing the value of torque since 300, 400, 500 BC.
Well, I got to say good night. It's nice to chat to you. Wife
No
is
worries, dude.
calling.
Which is good. I need to go to the shops. You're right as well.
Good night. Good night, Basil. It's good talking, Basil.
Days, guys.
Back tomorrow.
Good night.
I'm gonna go as well.